Hello. What's up, everybody? Saladino, Zulu, Panda, Rasta, 10 bucks, Cassie, Sim, Unable, Fat Guy, Zia, Brewer, Trad, Taurus. Welcome in. Welcome all on this. Wait, what's today? Beautiful Wednesday, September 20th. Already September 20th. Jesus. There's no stopping the march of time, I guess. Yeah, hope everyone's doing right. Doing good today. As you can tell, we're starting a new video game today. What's up, Ike? What's up, Feardadon? Yeah, Fat Guy, I made the decision to just stop playing a certain kind of video games. No, I think I'm just realizing that open world games are just not for me. I've tried for long enough. It just I think it's a playstyle thing. I was talking about it with Nasrallah yesterday while we were watching wrestling, and you know, my play style is already so slow. It works very well when I'm playing a game that has a relatively manageable size, right? Because it sort of like makes a normal size game feel a bit more epic. Like we spend a bit more time in there. We sort of, when I play an open world game, it sort of like stretches and dilutes a game that's already diluted by nature, right? Into like it's basically like syrup when you've put way too much water. There's nothing left because of my playstyle, right? It just like it dilutes way too much. Whereas when I take a normal size game that has all those qualities and I sort of dilute it, it's like putting a little drop of water in your whiskey, right? It can enhance the flavors. When I take a game that's already a bit syrupy and diluted, I just basically turn it into water. There's not much flavor left. So I think my playstyle in open world games just doesn't work somehow. It just doesn't. I end up bored and burned out every time. Like the only sort of open world game that I was able to finish in recent memory was Elden Ring, and even that was sort of a different approach to open world, right? And even then, like I played it almost 600 hours, but it was over the course of like a month and a half, 2 months, right, on my own time. I was just playing like, I don't know, 15 hours every day. It was just insane. Playing it at the rate of 5 hours or less based on the amount of conversation on stream just like makes it. I would probably have spent like 6 months in Elden Ring. But even then, like Elden Ring, I don't know, like Elden Ring doesn't fit the normal open world mold. And even then, like I mean, I'm not sure I would have. I'm not sure how the streaming it would have been. Right? Like it could have been a very different experience as well. But yeah, I mean those. Yeah, I think those open world games are just they don't fit my playstyle. It just doesn't coalesce. I don't know. What's up, Garrus? What's up, Sam? But yeah, I'm looking forward to trying Prey. I have a few unanswered questions when it comes to Prey. The first of which is which platform am I going to play on? I have the PS4 version ready on the PS5, and I have the PC version ready, both of them. I have arguments for both. I'm going to play on the controller anyway, so that's not an argument. The PS4 version runs like ass. It's like 30 FPS, even on PS5. And I feel like it's a weird 30 FPS. Like it feels a bit. It doesn't feel as smooth as it should be, from what I've heard. Right, I've been asking around for performance opinions. But the good part about it is I don't have to worry. It's the PS5, so it's running. I can use like I can have my mind mapping software to the side and take notes and do all that good shit and you know. And then there's the PC version, which runs smoothly, at least presumably. You know, I don't know how on my computer it's gonna run that smoothly, but I mean it should technically. But I have this issue with my PS4 controller, all like sort of disconnecting regularly when I move it too much. So I'm kind of worried about that. That's a concern that I have. I think it should be fine, but you never know. And also when you alt tab, sound cuts, which is so very annoying. Because then if I'm gonna use like mind mapping software, every time I'm gonna tab out to it, we're gonna lose sound, and that drives me insane. So yeah, I'm not, I'm not exactly sure what to do at this point. Why would anyone play an FPS with a controller? Well, first of all, you're kind of defining the genre of a game that I haven't played yet. But from what I know about it, it's not necessarily like it's not like I'm gonna compete, right? I'm just playing a single player game. I'm good enough with the controller to play FPSs, by the way. I don't know. I grew up playing FPSs on both, controller and keyboard and mouse. I don't know. I wouldn't play Counter-Strike on a controller, yes, but I mean, it works. And from what I can gather, it's not really an FPS, right? It's a sort of like first-person adventure game, if I can put it this way. I know it's not the right word, but right, it's one of those games, right? It's not like you're going around shooting everything. Like there's like some exploration. There's like, to me, it's like asking, oh, why would you not play? Why would I play Outer Wilds on a mouse on a controller instead of mouse and keyboard? Well, that's what I did, and I thought it was perfect, right? And I think in especially like with the way I play video games, I hate the clunkiness of keyboard movement and mouse looking. Like it's sort of too nervous. I like the smooth movement and looking around of the analog sticks. Just makes for a more cinematic, more beautiful experience overall. To me, it's way superior. So yeah, I tried that, Saladino, but JC is right. The software that I'm supposed to use doesn't work on Windows 7, so I'm sort of fucked. You could use Bluetooth. You're assuming that I have a Bluetooth receptor on my PC, which is not the case. What's up, Quasi? Good to see you. Thank you so much for the resub. 14 months, Quasi Fuji. You will be remembered. Thank you. But yeah, I wasn't able to get the PS5 controller work on. Trust me, I've I've done my research, but yeah, just I don't know. I think the PS5 has all the convenience that I enjoy. I don't have to worry about it. I just turn it on. It works. There's no, there's no concerns of alt tabbing. There's no concerns of controls. It's just like the 30 FPS seems, from what I've heard, pretty rough on it. And while for something like Red Dead 2, it didn't bother me too much because I don't know, I guess the style of the game was alright. I think in first-person games, 60 FPS, well, 30 FPS tends to be a bit more annoying. I don't know. Bluetooth receiver costs €2. Well, maybe I should get one. That's a good point. I can never play any game with 30. I don't mind. Like like literally, I think after you play a while, yeah, like your brain just sort of ignores it, and you just don't even notice. Like if you don't, like if you compare like side to side, obviously it's gonna like kill you. And like the first few minutes when you play a new game, you're like, oh. But if you get into it and you don't think about it too much and you get immersed in the game, I think you just sort of forget about it. Like your brain sort of like, if it's stable and smooth, you just end up forgetting about it. Yeah, I mean, no, obviously if you, like if you actually start paying attention, you know that it's 30 FPS, right? You notice it. But I think if you don't compare like side to side and you don't think about it too much and you don't, you get immersed in the game. I'm like for Red Dead 2, for instance, it bothered me for what, like the first hour of the first stream, and then I never thought about it again. You just forget. I think your brain sort of works in a way that compensates. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, Quasi. I literally know nothing about Prey. I know it's a first-person game in like Arcane fashion, right? I know it's Arcane that made it, so I'm expecting like one of those first-person sort of RPG-esque, whatever they're doing. Their own brand of video games, and I think it takes place in space? Question mark? Because I feel like I've seen like a cover of it with like a dude in a, like the splash screen on the PS5 has a dude with a spacesuit. So I'm like, I guess it takes place in space? Question mark? I don't even know. Like I'm not like that's how much I know about it. I've never seen any of the game. I've never. I I don't even know what the goal is. I'm literally I know about as much about Prey as I did about Outer Wilds going in. Is oh yeah, some people have recommended this game, and I think it takes place in space. That's how much I know. Let's make it. So we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I think Yeah, I think I can like that's the thing, Garrus. Like if I look for the signs, right? I can tell the difference between like 30, 60, 144. Above 144, I'm not sure. I don't it's not something. But like the difference between 30, 60 and 144 is pretty noticeable. But again, like it's one of those things where once you get immersed, you don't really notice it anymore. Now, here's the thing, like basically where I'm standing is the situation that I find myself in is I'm not sure if I'm going to be taking a lot of notes. If it's one of those games where I'm going to be taking a lot of notes. If I am, the alt tabbing is going to annoy me. If I'm not, I might be fine playing the PC version. I mean, and even then, I guess, it's just like the sound's going to cut out, right? It's very annoying, but it's manageable. 100% convinced Prey takes place in space. Where in space? I don't know. I mean, we're in space technically, right? Brainy. So, everything takes place in space, technically speaking. It's just a matter of What's up, Nikki? What's up, Wubbin? Oh, a space. Okay, never mind. We're all passengers aboard the SS Earth. That we are, yes. Man, having watched Interstellar yesterday, I'm very much in the mood for those conversations about us being just on a random, organic and rock, a rocky spaceship hurling around the galaxy. Did you like it? I mean, I had seen it in the cinema, right? But it was the first time I watched it since I saw it in the cinema, so like almost a decade ago. And man, I actually think I liked it better than I did the first time. I don't know. I'm a bit older, I have a bit of a different perspective on many things. I did a lot of writing work in between, so obviously I'm looking at like the narrative a bit differently. I'm a lot more interested in themes that I was back in the day, where I was more about characters and plot. So I think I looked at it this way, like really thinking about the themes of the movie, and it really hit exactly right for me. Like it was a very, very, very good experience watching it again. I remember being sort of on board with Nasralla's opinion of the game, if you've heard of the movie, if you've heard it, which is like the first half is amazing and the second half is kind of which is sort of the opinion that I had also from seeing the movie in the cinema back in the day. Turns out I think both parts are amazing. And I think they flow into one another very well. And I think the thematic consistent is very consistent. And there's like, yeah, I think it's a fucking great movie. I need to. There's a few more Nolan movies that I haven't seen yet. The Prestige being one of them, which I know is a big, flaw in my movie watching, culture, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I think Interstellar ranks pretty high right now after watching it again yesterday. It ranks pretty high in my favorite Nolan movies. I still need to watch Oppenheimer as well, which apparently a lot of people are saying is one of his best. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I think Interstellar has. I mean, I'm always impressed with like the way they're making movies. Right? It's just it's so very practical, right? All the practical effects and it's just I like it. Sometimes I wonder, what if we're just microorganisms living inside an even bigger creature? Why not? What if every solar system is just a cell inside a? That was a thing when I was a kid that I was thinking about a lot. It made sense when I was a kid. Not so much anymore, but when I was a kid, it did. But yeah, I don't know. I'm still trying to decide which version I'm gonna play of the game. I do feel like, okay, looking at it from like a convenience perspective, from an annoyance perspective, I think the frame rate might be more of a permanent annoyance that's never gonna go away. I think the controller disconnecting from the computer should be fine if I don't mess around too much. Like if I'm a bit prudent when I'm playing it, should be fine. It only like disconnects if I'm like just start moving my controller around a whole lot and the cable just gets yanked, which should be fine if I just rest it on my thigh and just, just like I did with Outer Wilds, it worked fine. It's the note taking that I'm worried about because of the alt tabbing, but I mean, again, that's gonna be. It feels like it's gonna be less of an annoyance than the frame rate being annoying all the time. So yeah, I think we're gonna go with the PC version and just see how it goes. Right? Let's start on the PC, and we'll we're gonna see how it runs first of all, because I not sure how it's gonna run. So let's boot it up and see what happens, right? How's my okay. That should be fine. Ooh, jeez. Okay, that's gonna be... There might be a mod. I looked it up, but I didn't find anything. Jesus, that's a fucking very wide screen. Holy crap. Oh, CryEngine. Interesting. Might experience seizures. Huh? Oh, also the prompts being like Xbox prompts is gonna be annoying, but I'm sort of used to that, I guess. It's gonna just take me I play on PlayStation controllers, right? So the prompts being like Xbox is gonna be annoying for a few minutes, but you're gonna have to tell me, like, of course, first stream on a new game, you're gonna have to tell me with the sound. Oof, that's an interesting theme song right there. So I was right, it takes place in space. I mean, based on that, or underwater, maybe, I don't know. Oh, I really love that track. Adjusting the volume on my side there. A bit loud for me. Yeah, you're gonna have to tell me how the volume is for you guys, but... Inside a washing machine. There we go, we solved it. Press buttons on vibes alone, yeah. No UI, just... No, but I mean, I'm sort of used to, like, the Xbox prompts over the years of playing, you know, controller games on PC. It's X that always gets me, because obviously, you know, it looks like the blue X on the PlayStation, of course. But yeah, generally I should be fine. Like, I mean, after a few minutes, I'll just probably not even think about the prompts anymore. Man, I'm really enjoying this menu, though. What's up, passerby? Yeah, because, like, the Switch even has, like, reversed A and B, right? Yeah. Oh, I really love that dark tone here. It's It's really cool. And that guitar there on top. Ah. Okay, you know how much I like a good main menu music? This one ranks pretty high, right off the bat. It's just... bam. That's how you make a first impression for me. You know? Like a good main menu music that sets the tone and everything. Oof. There's almost a watery nature, actually, to like what I'm looking at right now. Sort of with the movement and everything. Interesting. Huh. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess the suit could be an underwater thing. Again, I know nothing of the game. I assumed it took place in space because of the splash screen on the PlayStation had like a space suit sort of, but it could be an underwater thing. Mick Gordon? Oh, this is Mick Gordon? Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, I didn't know about that. I'm excited now. I love his work on Doom. Despite me not enjoying Doom too much as a video game, like the newer Dooms, I don't know, it sort of like, it was a bit of a miss for me. I do like the OST very much. So. Oh yeah, this is gonna be delectable then, to get some good, you know, Mick Gordon jams. Yeah, I mean, and Doom was fine, don't get me wrong. Like, you know, it's not like I hated playing the game. It's just like, it wasn't, yeah, it was just alright for me, but like the OST is definitely the best part of it, in my opinion. I think I just need a bit more meat on my games than what Doom was providing. But you know, and again, that's nothing against the game. It's just a me thing, right? But quickly try something out for the tab out. I may have a solution. Hey, if you can find a solution, that'd be great. Because yeah, I mean, oh, if I move my mouse, it actually moves the menu even though I'm on controller. Interesting. Because yeah, now when I tab out. Wait, what? Ah, yeah. Yeah, the vibes get ruined. That's not great. You don't want to ruin the vibes with a game like that, but yeah, I mean, I feel like the lower FPS on console might be. You have Borderless Gaming, the app on Steam? I do have Borderless Gaming, yes. Oh, are you saying that playing it in windowed mode? Because I'm playing in Borderless right now, I'm thinking. Playing it in windowed and then making it full screen was gonna fix that? Okay, let's see. Nope. Still cuts down in Windows. RIP. Moon Crash. I'm assuming that's the DLC, right? Which is, as far as I can tell, like I remember we had that conversation with Brainy, I think, or Mask back in the day. It's a completely different mode, right? I don't have to think or worry about that thing right now. Is there an audio option? No. Unfortunately not. It's totally different mode. Yeah, that's what I heard. I'm not sure if I'm gonna play it, but it's not something I want to think about right now, at least, that's for sure. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any way to do what I'm trying to do, unfortunately. At least from my short research on it. There didn't seem to be an option. For like Outer Wilds, I found a mod that fixed it. Some video games, sometimes you can find like a workaround, but for this one, I guess we're just stuck with that, unfortunately. Which is annoying because you guys know how much I like to take notes and whatnot, but okay, this screen breaking is very unsettling. I'm trying to notice if I can see anything, but there's a sort of thing on the bottom there that appears in one of the breaks. Oh, yeah, there's some red, maybe some metallic something. Interesting. Old school notes with like I like it less, Panda. I do like I do like taking notes. Well, I mean it sort of works, right? But I do enjoy being able to use my mind mapping software and just like associate notes with, you know, together and make a whole lot of yeah. What's up, Laura? How are you doing? But I mean, I don't even know if I'm gonna need to take notes, right? Depends on how the game plays, we'll see. But I think it's probably better playing it on PC anyway, just for the frame rate. Again, assuming it runs well, we'll see. We'll probably get a pretty good idea once we get in the game. I mean, the music is sort of like, you know, has a bit of an unsettling tone, but it's also very beautiful and pretty. There's a lot of beauty in that music, so. Yeah, there's like almost like a broken glass in the middle there. That flashed for a second. Anyway, let's look at the options. Subtitle, main dialogue, all dialogue, or off? I'm gonna go with all dialogue, I think, for the sake of just in general. Right. Vibrations on, of course. Camera bob, sure, default. Camera roll, default, absolutely. Okay, there's HUD options. Ooh. Okay. Tutorial and prompts. Well, without knowing exactly what's happening in the game, it's hard to decide on those. Like, obviously, it sort of makes sense to have tutorial and prompts and everything at the beginning, right? Auto-examine basic screens, workstations, auto-examine keypads. Why is this turned on? Interesting. It's interesting that specifically keypads are turned on. Auto-examine keypads. I'm gonna leave it on default for now and we'll adjust. That's usually the way I approach those games, is I just leave it on default until I know what's happening. Right click on the Prey game in your library. Click view properties, launch options, yeah, all of that. Allow background audio? Is that supposed to work? Oh, dude, JC, if that works. I mean, I know it's a thing that works on some games. Is that confirmed for this one? I'm gonna try that in a second. I feel like it's not gonna work, but it's worth a try. Hold on. What's up, Senta? Yeah, I'm not looking at the keybinds because I don't want to know too much. Okay. Always use controller prompts. Yes, I think that's fair. Sensi, I'll have to see once I'm in the game, I guess. Video. That seems pretty good on my screen. The darkest symbol is slightly visible, but almost not. Barely visible. That sounds good. Preset high. That's fine with me. I don't need, like, to push it too hard. Field of view 86. That's very specific. Adaptive resolution. Nope. And audio, I adjusted outside, so that should be fine. Alright, I mean, that should be okay. Alright, I'm gonna try the background audio thing before we get into the game. How do I, oh. How's the volume with the music so far? Good? Alright, let's see. Ah, shit. Where do you put the thing again? In Target or... I think it's in Target, right? Because I don't have like the you know, I'm still on 7, so I still have like the old school way of doing those little tricks. Yes, Al. Yeah, I'm usually just adjusting outside of the game. I use a shortcut on the desktop right now. think it's doing it like this. Some old school. There we go. Yeah, I just needed to know. I think it's in target. I haven't done that in a long time. Not working. Yeah, first streams with new games is always a bit of a troubleshooting. Be good after that, you know. Man, if only the fucking PS5 version, well, I mean PS4 version had like a FPS version mode for PS5 at least. That'd be fucking great, wouldn't it? Only other option. Hold on. Did I just fix it? Maybe not? No, okay. Interesting, it worked for a second, but then it stopped working. Which is very weird. Like, it shouldn't work, but I was able to click away, and it worked for a second, and then it just got anyway. Damn it. Oh well. It's alright. We'll make do. Ooh. I forgot the PS4 controller vibration feel. Very different. Very different than the PS5 one. All right. Okay. Several slots. Difficulty survive. Oh, okay. Hold on. Difficulty. Story, easy, normal, hard, nightmare. Definitely not gonna go under normal, that's for sure. Use your wits, weapons, and abilities to survive. Your wits are the only thing that will keep you alive. Nothing can save you. Okay. I think hard seems to be a good compromise, probably. What is this? This is a set of optional modifiers that make the game more challenging. These options cannot be changed beyond this screen, not recommended for inexperienced players. Probably why we're gonna turn them on, right? What is it? Weapon degradation. Weapons wear down from use and environmental hazards. If not repaired, they will jam periodically. I like that. Traumas. Fractures, concussion. Ooh, I like that. Oxygen. Okay, cool. Interesting. I think I'm okay with that. Sure. Why not? So oxygen kind of confirms that it either takes place in space or underwater. Both can work still. Yeah, I don't know. Hard mode, maybe with those options. Like, I don't think I want to go nightmare, right? It's just, it seems a bit rough, but... Option menu spoilers? Well, I mean, not really. Like, I don't feel like I'm learning much more than what I assumed based on, like, the fucking cover of the game, which has a dude in a sort of suit, right? Either space or underwater suit. But... it's not the survival mode. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. But I mean, hard seems fine. Well, I mean, again, I have no idea what I'm getting into, but this feels alright. I mean, it does look like a washing machine, Santa. If you look at the, you know, we're inside a washing machine right now. Yeah, I don't know. I think hard and survival option seems fine. I do like, generally like the immersive nature of, you know, those settings. I do like having to maintain weapons and... Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. That seems alright. Continue. Hold on. Ah, shit. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the way to go for me. Seems to be a good compromise. It's sort of hard to make those decisions without knowing anything about the nature of the game, but... just like instinctively, that sounds like, you know... sounds like the right compromise. Not going like maximum difficulty, but... yeah, and I mean, again, you know, I can always lower this later if I want it. Survival options, I think, are probably a good idea. Yeah, Garrus, nice. You can't change the survival options later. It literally says that there, Dax, but the difficulty can be changed, yes. Yeah. Or maybe I misread what you said, actually. Yeah, I mean, should be fine. What's up, Alucard? Good to see you. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that. I tend to prefer when the game's slightly harder than, you know, than I would like. Puts you on the spot a bit. I definitely prefer when it's slightly harder and slightly easier, that's for sure. So I'll go with that. Oh, I didn't realize that this was going to be a thing. Interesting. I think I'm going to go male, just for your standard immersion reasons, right? Wait, did I dream or did the screen blink and like the eyes of the characters were red? And... yeah. Hold on. And I don't know if it's just an effect or if it's actually like... yeah, look at that. Something's happening already. Interesting. Are the code names the same on both? Seems like it. Interesting. How are you today, Big Boss? Good to see you. Yeah, I think I'm going. I'm going male in this situation. Dude, those red eyes are so creepy. I love it. Like when it changes. Actually trying to see if something else changes. Hold on. Look at the pillow behind them. This one has a sort of grayish pillow with white lines. This one has a white pillow with black lines. Spot the differences. Like the decorations also, like the decor is a bit different too. Like it feels like she has like that rug and the table have a different visual design. And although I don't, maybe I just don't see the rug on the dude's side. God damn it. I love that I'm like leaning as if I could watch over his shoulder. Interesting. You wake up in your apartment in the year 2032. Not too far off. Now entering your apartment. Oh shit, camera position. I didn't think of that. Well, I'm covering this little thing down there. Oh, I can't even show you because pressing a key just apparently...
Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032.
Oh, it is? And we're listening to Daft Punk, apparently? Or whatever equivalent of Daft Punk there is in the future. March 15. What the hell? Pre-order bonus. I did not pre-order the game. But thank you? Question mark? What? Why am I getting pre-order bonuses? Oh, they gave it to everyone in the end? Oh, yeah, maybe that explains it. Oh boy. Interesting. You didn't get that shit? Yeah, I don't know. That's very interesting. I don't like it either. Yeah. Your pre-order items can be found in the special container in Morgan's office. Not interested. I am not interested. The office of Morgan Yu, VP Director of Research. I feel like I don't want to know any of that. Yeah. Also, Chespe's careful not to mention stuff that, you know, I may or may not notice.
Hey, Morgan, wake up. You're burning daylight. You sent the helicopter to pick you up. It's just a few tests. Don't forget to wear your suit. See you soon. Oh, listen, really great you decided to come on board. We're gonna shake things up, Morgan. Like old times.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Put on your Trent Star uniform. Okay, seems to be smooth, right? Generally? Yeah? Okay, so I have thoughts already. Hold on. First of all, okay, my name's Morgan Yu. That person's name was Alex Yu. Father, uncle, cousin, family member. And apparently, he's very happy that I joined them. Which implies that I wasn't too sure that I wanted to join them on whatever they're doing, right? Huh. Interesting. And if so, why? Why was I not intent on joining them at first? And what convinced me to change my mind, right? And obviously, what are we researching? Trendstar seems to be the name of the company. I'm seeing like a huge logo up there. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna have to adjust the sensitivity, I think. Nepotism is escapable. Yeah, I mean, this is 2032, right? Oh. Oh, okay, hold on. That automatically opened the nightstands. I'm not sure if I like that. That it automatically opens stuff. Okay, there's a few things I need to address. One thing that I'm gonna miss playing on PC and not on PS5 is the ability to rewatch what I just did, you know, like a dialogue or something. I think that's a very neat feature, which I don't have access to here. But again, I think like this is just so smooth. It would feel weird to play that at 30, I think. Okay, so what he said was, I mean, I just had to pay attention a bit more. What he said was, we're sending the helicopter. It's just a few tests or something like that, right? Okay, let's see. Two things I need to adjust. Still very, I mean, I can just, it's analog, so I can, you know. I still want to be able to turn quickly, depending on the situations, I guess, but it's not very smooth like that. I'll get used to it, probably. Maybe, should I lower it even more? Let's see. Okay, let's start at the minimum. Sometimes that's the best way to go. So interesting, it only seems to affect like the maximum change. It doesn't seem to affect like the sort of acceleration with the analog or anything. So I guess stay on like, hold on, sorry about that. Yeah, the acceleration thread is pretty brutal. It goes from like very smooth when you play with like, you know, analog and whatnot, and then it just like suddenly goes like full speed, which is sort of weird. But yeah, I feel like I always feel like those sorts of games, like non-competitive, like first-person games, I always prefer playing with a controller. I feel like being able to smoothly move like that is just so valuable. Oh, that's for me. That's the heli for me, I guess. It's just so valuable to be able to move like very smoothly like this for my playstyle, right? Which is very like sort of measured and everything. Oh. Ugh, I don't like this. Like automatically opening the fucking things. That's so weird. Can I change that? Hold on. It doesn't seem like I can... Like the only thing that's turned on is keypads. Which I'm assuming this is not one of them. It's so weird that it automatically opens it. I guess I can see the convenience. It's just like, I wish I just would, you know, do it myself. I'll just turn that back on since that was on by default, but... Yeah, it doesn't seem like I can change that. High-tech drawers? I don't know. Might be a controller thing? Let's see. Nope. Also does it with the mouse. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal, but... Oh, that's the prompt. Interesting. Yeah, if you actually, like... Oh, okay, I see, I guess, okay, I understand. It's sort of like... You know, but you can like quickly grab them from here. Sure, okay, I get it. I get it. Okay, so you can split stacks, you have like information about like material yield. Oh, okay, there's a lot more than I expected in there. In terms of like mechanics, apparently. A length of used plastic tubing and a spool of old frayed wire. Take all. Hell yeah. I'm not sure about the camera position. Because there's not a lot of UI elements. I haven't looked into anything of like where the UI appears during like combat, for instance. Which I'm assuming there will be based on the fact that there's weapons. I've heard of that in the menu, so I don't know if my camera position is going to be ideal. I might have to adjust that. Neuromod application instructions. Oh, we're going to look at that in a minute. Purkinje cell? There is such a thing as jumping? Yep, there is. Oh. Okay, I can duck. I can jump. Can I run? Yes. I have stamina, even. Okay. Yeah. Jumping on my bed. First thing you have to do in a video game for. Ganglion cells. Nerve fiber. Interesting decor choice, I will say. Having, like... like medical charts and like cell representations as you know, art on your walls. It's sort of weird. There's an alpha symbol here. What's that name? Something that ends in gis? Yeah. Right. Fins? Fence? Fangs? Fangus? Every time I look at the letters, I feel like I'm seeing something different. Flugus? August? Mask, since when do you not know the rules of the channel? Do we need to time you out for this game? Is this one of those games where you're not going to be able to shut up? Bob Ross? Yeah, cares. You have this bag? I have a bag that looks a lot like this one. It's like a saddlebag, leather bag. It was a guess. You know that guesses are not accepted, Mask, especially when you've played the game. But they're not accepted by default because we can't know if you've played the game or not. Top right might be better for camera position if memory serves me right. Okay, well we'll look at it once the UI sort of pops up. So interesting. Obviously, you know, alpha, omega. There's a whole, you know, symbolism here. It's all right. Third mask, right? I was a school teacher, so you know that kind of that's what I would call like decent handwriting. Hold on, what? You're too big. You're too big, Morgan. It's not happening. Okay, I just love that this is a thing, like that I can actually try to hide this sort of like makes me very hopeful for some of the sequences in this game. There's gonna be some fun stuff to do in this game, apparently. If you can hide behind like a fucking, you know, little bench like that. Ugh. Okay, so Alpha, Omega. And this looks like a sort of like capsule or ship that comes out of water, lava, whatever it is, I don't know. You know, there's a sort of like whole thematic thing here. Very interesting. I'm very interested with the use of color. Like, obviously the greens associated with the bottom, like alpha. I'm getting a... I'm leaning towards water now. You know, I wasn't sure if it was going to be like a space or an ocean thing. I knew there was a suit involved, so I was like, it's either space or ocean. This gives me an ocean vibe, right? The omega is associated with the red, I think. It looks like a little like capsule or whatever coming to the surface, piercing through. Oh, wrong key. Oh, throw up or throw. Have I played other arcane games? I've played a bit of Dishonored 1. I didn't vibe too much with somehow. It was fine. I liked it, but yeah. I should probably try it again at some point and play the second one too. And I can throw it. Okay. Cool. Interesting. Those are the types of mechanics that, you know, kind of get my brain... Oh shit, okay, you can actually pick up everything. This sort of, like, gets my brain, you know, like, really interested in learning what this is going to be useful for, right? Come on, can you drop the shoe? See, I just had to throw it, and now it's perfectly in place. I'm not going to put on the suit yet, not yet. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use two. Very cool. The prompts being Xbox, especially the X one, is gonna catch me a few times, I think. Okay, I'm in socks, and it sounds like I'm wearing flip-flops, which it... What's up, Kimi? How are you doing? Okay, so there's a thing to read here. A few things to... Ooh, is that Kings and Way sparkling wine? Take or drink? Okay. Interesting. Champagne. There's a note. I'm gonna look at that in a minute. I'm using a PS4 controller, which is why, like, the Xbox prompts are confusing, especially the X one, because obviously, you know. But I'll get used to it. Is that a rice cooker? Hmm. It might be. You're doing okay? You have Tim Tams? I did enjoy Tim Tams when I was in Australia. Oh, that auto opening thing is gonna bother me. I'm not fond of it. Carry lever. Okay, hold on. There can be what I'm getting from this is that there can be a point in the game where I can carry a refrigerator if I have leverage 3, right? Which again sounds pretty insane on paper. Yes, I'm playing on PC because like the PS4 version, even on PS5, is locked at 30. I did Panda, and I don't think it was that great. I don't know. If you're talking about the thing where you drink like coffee or whatever. Did you try the chocolate chip cookie from Coles? I think they're the same we have here, actually. It's a brand that's just worldwide, if that's the one I'm thinking of. Like the one with the red packaging and the, you know, cross pattern on it. Yeah, I mean, if it looks good for you guys, that's important, right, as well. Like the prompts, I'm gonna get used to it. It's gonna work. Eventually. Okay. Okay. Oh. Glucosist. A bag of emergency glucose restores 5 health points. Ah, I see. We're in Bethesda land here. Where food gives you HP. Oh, did I just eat it? I may have. Yes. Oh, okay. I guess that's my... That's what I wanted to see. If there was a way for me to look at the buff that I just got. First day on the job. Put on your TrendStar uniform. Alex convinced me. I'm going to join him aboard the Talos 1 space station! The work we're doing up there is too good to pass up. Plus, he says he's got a surprise. I have to jump through some hoops at the training center before I board the shuttle. Okay, cool. Now I know. We're gonna go in space. Talos 1 space station. The work we're doing up here is too good to pass up. Plus, he says he's got a surprise. I have to jump through some hoops at the training center before I board the shuttle, which I'm assuming is how we're getting into the tutorial. Amazing. Enjoy it. Beautiful. No notes. Oh, there's a whole bunch of... Okay, cool. I like that. That's gonna be cool. I'm not sure what the status on the bottom is. I think it's because I just had some sugar. Maybe you get like a regen thing. I don't know. Oh. Is that a gold-plated mug? Yes, it is. Can I not make coffee? Hold on. Sorry about the mug. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. If am I being watched? I'm sorry if anyone's watching. You never know. Someone might be watching you, you know, in those like programs, like, you know, keep an eye on their you know, on their employees and whatnot. That'll... Oh. I'm gonna make some pasta. Hold on. We can do a whole thing right there. Oh, jeez. Come on. Dude, I'm making a mess. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not... You know what? Let me just stop touching everything. Can I? Oh, no. No, 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 no. The rice cooker goes back here. What's up, Shepherd? Flying toy. I love that there's just like, drop it so close that it's literally falling on your feet, or throw it with some extreme force. There's no like middle ground. It's either you drop it way too close to even put it back on the fucking counter, or you just throw it away. There's no in between. Yeah, it's like the you suck at cooking tutorials, you know? Love it. Ah, this should be fun. What's up, Anubis? Need to increase dexterity, yeah. What is that? A bag of vegan jerky made from Hamon tomatoes. I mean, sun-dried tomatoes jerky sounds actually pretty good. Sun-dried tomatoes are delicious. Especially in a good sauce. I mean, I'll grab what I can. Why not? No, right. No point not grabbing it. A blue pomegranate engineered to thrive in the conditions aboard Talos 1. Restores 5 health points. Sky King pomegranate. Okay. I'm guessing I'm getting used to like the sort of food I'm gonna get on the station. Cold Mountain Green Tea. Refreshing can of cold brew green tea by Trent Star Kitchens. Is there... Oh. There's like green and gray items. Interesting. Okay, most of those things are just like, you know, health items. I was trying to be quick enough and I just couldn't. Oh, I don't care about the jeez Christ. I feel like I'm like. So if you take a mug of the table, that's it. It's done. It's never going back on the table. Ever. It's just done. Like, if you take it off the table, you're not putting it up on the table ever again. Unless you, like, jump on the table, I guess. That should have been... Alright, can I, is there any way for me to zoom in? Wait, oh. Wait, what was that? Oh, you can lean. Oh. Okay. So you can lean. That's... Oh, I see. Yeah, there's a whole thing down there. Okay. So, hold on. I think you may be right, actually. The camera is probably better on top right. Based on that. Everyone's favorite time of the stream. Let's go. We take the elevator. Do you think the middle would be better, Brainy? I haven't played the game, so I don't know. Do you think, like, if the middle's better, that works too? But so far, I haven't seen anything on the top right, so... Not window time? Soon, actually. Hold on. Unless... Do I need window time today? It's getting somewhat cold outside. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna need window time or not. We'll see. I would love to be able to read the... Yeah, I don't think it's gonna give me much information. Okay, some product. Heart of the Wok. Hold on, is that a cooking? Okay, that's a cooking book, right? I'm gonna look at that in a second. That has to be a cook. I'm not gonna pick up that fucking teapot because I know what's gonna happen if I pick it up. It's gonna end up broken. Courier. Is that? That's Alex, the guy that was talking to us. And that's me. So apparently people are very excited that I'm joining this project since I'm on the front fucking page of the paper, right? But... The Earth? No. Hold on. I'm gonna squint. It usually helps. The Hater? Farm... for fem fen for line. Oh. I'm not sure, but apparently it's a big... Also, what the fuck is with this layout? Holy shit, who reads a newspaper like that? Don't they have people to just make sure the layout looks readable? Like, holy crap, dude. Yeah, something of the earth, but I'm not even sure, because it looks like E-A-T and then something. Oh, I got some ties. Non-working mirrors. Love to see it. Oh. Sorry about that. Can I not turn it off? Oh, is it one of those... Okay, it's one of those automated things that just turns off. That sounds miserable if it's not in a public place. Like, who wants that at home? Okay. Yeah, I'm not... I wasn't planning on redoing my IKEA. Wow, those are some... Oh, they're tied together, actually. I was gonna complain about the towels, but no, they're tied together. It actually makes sense. No, I want to put it back. Okay, hold on. I need light. Thank you, Aziz. Now... I'm gonna make it work. I'm gonna make it work. Okay, good enough. Wait, hold on. Can I... No, I was gonna say, can I, like, push it with my legs or something? But... Oh, man. Clean your socks. Like, dude, don't leave your socks in the middle of nowhere. Flush the toilet. No, we're not wasting any more water. Can I take a shower, actually? I'm still... Let's not question it, okay? Let's just say future, you know, self-drying clothes, you just shower with everything, it's fine. Okay, there's a lot of, like, books and shit. Oh my god, we're never leaving this apartment. Okay, that is very strange. I'm just gonna put it out there. A jammed door. Sort of sus. Are they trying to prevent me from getting out? And if so, why? Obviously, I'm being suspicious because it's a video game, right? Like, I'm like, everything means something, right? It could be just that the window's jammed for some reason. I don't know. DG Works. That's Trans... What's the name again? Trendstar? Yeah, Trendstar. A lot of solar panels. Great. I guess the future's green. Sphere something? Oh. Oh shit, look at that. That roof is neat. Little parks on top of roofs. Yeah, that's a controller, yeah. I mean, I'm just assuming that's like some ventilation stuff, right, Credo? Is this some peaceful, like, sounds and music coming from the TV? It is! Monday, March 15, 2030. Okay, I'm sorry, I need to verify. Did they make sure that the date worked? What day will be March 15th, 2032? It's gonna be a Monday. It's a little things, right? But if it wasn't, there would be two reasons. Either the writer was lazy as fuck and didn't check, which would be a crime, or there was a reason, right? Or there's a reason that it would be wrong somehow. But no, it's all good. Checks out. 92 degrees, which I'm not sure how much it is in C, but seems like a very comfortable 82 degrees looking outside. Those controllers are wild though. Like, they feel like shitty Mad Cat's controller, the way they look. Adoka? Is that what's written on it? Hold on. No, dude, you gotta make an effort, please. It is centigrade. Okay. That would be a nice little twist. Do they have buttons on the back? Okay, I'm on board with those controllers, just by virtue of them having buttons on the back. Like, having buttons on the back should be a default right now. We were talking about... Oh, no, those are not buttons, actually. Never mind. Oh. Hold on. Is there momentum? There is! Oh, this is insane. Hold on. Okay, there's momentum. Meaning if you move forward and release, you can adjust the strength of your... Let's go! So yeah, we were talking about that actually the other day, but in this day and age, with so much emphasis being put on using your thumbs or thumbsticks, right? Move the camera and move around. You can't afford to use the face buttons too much anymore. It doesn't make sense. We should have back buttons by default on controllers, not just like elite controllers, right? It makes so much sense. We have like all those fingers that are literally not used behind there. I understand that it brings a challenge for controller designers, right? It's a challenge for ergonomics to have like buttons positioned well so you can still grip the controller well and everything, but it would make so much sense. What's up, Ovi? Good to see you. I don't think so, Brainy. I think, I don't know. I just think it needs to happen, right? Oh, can I actually lift this? Oh, okay. This is gonna end poorly, right? Okay, that was fine. Hold on. Okay, I'm usually... I hate that I'm about to do this. I barely reached the thing. Okay, hold on. God damn it. Can I? Okay, if I have momentum and then I throw... No, it's too heavy. Okay, never mind. You know what? Let me put that chair here. It's perfectly fine here. I was trying to go outside. I wasn't breaking things. I was just trying to go outside. Okay, I could lift the couch if I had enough strength. Interesting. Okay, those little mechanics that I'm already seeing are making me very excited. I love that it's like climb. As if, you know, yeah, it's a proper like climbing on top of things. Oh, I have a computer. Hell yeah. Okay, time to actually like look into things, right? Oh, no, wait. That is the creepiest sounding closet I've ever heard. Did we have to make the closet sound like a dying, I don't know, whale or something? Space Kennedy, Kennedy Space Center. Greetings from Austin, Texas. A Chinese rocket and the Great Wall of China. Okay. Yeah, I'm assuming like you sounds like a Chinese name. Trolley Chinese. What is this? Anything I can do with that? No? Okay. Well, never mind. Okay, neuromod application instructions. Warning. Right, I understand, Anubis. It's just... Wake up and trash the apartment in wet socks. Okay, hold on. We're not trashing the apartment. We're a scientist, apparently. I'm just sciencing around, right? Okay? I'm just testing TrendStar's accommodations. I don't know. Maybe the point of the game is that I'm a fucking Yelp reviewer. And I'm doing a review on TrendStar's hosting services, right? Maybe this whole thing is bed and breakfast simulator, right? And I'm supposed to make a review of things after, you know. I'm just testing things. Okay? I do the same thing in real life when I'm getting in the B&B, okay? I just test things. No, that's not true, actually. I'm a very good guest. I don't know, Credo. I'm assuming maybe for transportation, it's easier. I don't know. You know, if we were transported from somewhere and just tie everything together. Yeah, I don't know. It's only sense if you write it down. All right, warning. Neural mods should only be administered by certified TrendStar technicians under controlled conditions. Okay, I'm going to take a wild guess. We're going to self-apply a neural mod at some point in the game, even though we're not a certified TrendStar technician, right? Under a controlled situation. We're going to like slap that shit on us like it's Mass Effect, not Mass Effect, Bioshock, and you know. Just because that warning is in here, I'm calling it. It's going to happen. Subject may experience slight discomfort, swelling, and redness of the eye. Just like on the character selection. Shortly afterward. Remove neural mod from vacuum. Why do I have so much trouble with that word? Remove neural mod from vacuum sealed container. Press rubberized eye cup firmly against bony orbit of eye socket. Keep eye open. The press orange release trigger and continue to hold neural mod against eye for 5 minutes. Dispose of used neural mod in provided biohazard bag. Oh, interesting. So it's like a thing you press against your eye. Keep your eye open. That's the hard part, right? As someone who had to learn to put contacts in when I was a teenager, holy shit, the first few days. Like you spend an hour putting them on the first few days. And then suddenly, like one day it clicks and then you do it in 30 seconds for the rest of your life. I don't know, it's a weird thing. Keep eye open. Depress orange release trigger. Continue to hold against the eye for 5 minutes. That's a hell of a long time, especially if it hurts. I don't know. It's probably not comfortable. And then you get rid of the thing. Okay, cool. Interesting. Okay, neural mods are a thing in this world. I like that. I like that. Okay, that's gonna be to lift the thing, right? Yeah. I just always like... Can I inspect the insides of it? Burned circuit board. I'll just grab everything I can. Why not? Oh. Speech synthesis and natural language generation. Okay. We're gonna read all those books. Don't worry. Oh. Lucky's Puccias and Pizzeria? Puccias. I don't know what that is. Is that more wine? Sounds like it is. Looks like it is. Hands-on electronics. Okay, there's a whole bunch of stuff to read. That's awesome. I'm hoping the helicopter guys are not in too much of a hurry because it's gonna take me a minute. I'm just trying to... God damn it. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Nice. We don't do backseating, Anubis. So no, I'm not gonna look at it. There's nothing to do with it anyway. It's just printer paper. No. If you're being observed, these people would throw you on the first ship back on Earth. Hey, no, they're gonna appreciate my inquisitive experimental mind, you know? And Sal, just, you know, don't hesitate to delete very harshly. Set your phasers to deletion. Especially for a game like this, you know. This seems like a game where we want to keep it, you know. It's one of those games, right? That seems very sort of experimental in a way. Congrats, Morgan. Alex. Thanks? Question mark? Alright. Kings and Way, sparkling wine. I was trying to read what's in there, even though it's just like literally written right next to it. It has a wax seal, which makes it look very premium, right? Wax seals on bottles. Oh, is that a wax seal actually? It might not be. It might be one of those just like paper or aluminum. It does look like wax, but yeah. Take or drink? I'll just take it, I guess. What? Is there a description? A bottle of sparkling wine shipped to Talos 1 from Earthside. Restores health by 1. Cures fear. Interesting. Hold on. Ooh. Okay. I'm starting to have a little suspicion about this situation I'm in right now. But I'm not gonna mention it just now. I'm just gonna wait a few seconds. A few minutes. I'm getting a few hints that something might be amiss. Which would make the jammed door make perfect sense. Interesting. Hearth of the Wok. Excerpt from Chapter 5 of Hearth of the Work by P. Su Do. Cooking with a well-seasoned wok can be sublime, almost spiritual experience. The many layers of the blackened surface are like stored memories of all the meals that have gone in and out of the carbon steel bowl before, now imparting echoes of their rich flavor to every new meal it is tasked to cook. What a beautiful, pretentious way of describing cooking with a seasoned wok. But I understand it. It makes sense. It's very beautiful. Cool. Little flavor books. I like that. I'm gonna have fun. Encyclopedia of Food, Science and Cooking. Excerpt from an entry in the Encyclopedia of Food, Science and Cooking 2033 edition. Hold on. I'm assuming it could be one of those situations where they release like, oh, it's the 2033 edition, you know, even though we're still in 2032, like, you know, EA Sports games or whatever. Or it could be a hint that something's, again, that something is amiss, that we're not in 2032, and that we're not on Earth, which is my suspicion. I'm starting to get the feeling that we may already be in space right now. My first you know, my first thought of like something's weird was like the jammed window, of course, but I didn't think too much about it. It might have been just like a gameplay thing to not allow you to, because the skybox maybe is a bit janky if you go outside and whatnot. But anyway, I wasn't looking too much into it, right? And then I noticed like the pomegranate, like, you know, it's made to be used on the station. And I'm like, well, okay, maybe you just have like the food you're gonna have to get you used to it. And now the wine, you know, like shipped to the station, again, could be the same thing. Like it could be just that you're receiving some of the stuff that you're gonna have on the station or whatever. It could also mean that we're already there, and that maybe we're much further than 2032, right? For some reason, which would explain the date being weird here. But again, it could also be very simply explained by, yeah, it's just like next year's, like it's the current edition is already dated for next year, right? Yeah, exactly, Credo. That sort of thing, right? So I don't know, interesting. Like there's all those elements have like, you can look at it suspiciously like I'm doing right now, or you could just be like, yeah, there's an explanation for it. It makes sense. Also, with the food items, could be a very simple case of the description was written with the fact that you find them later on the station, but they're already, you know, available here. It could be a very simple case of just using assets that are were written with the thought of you finding them later. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just keeping that in mind. It's an interesting hypothesis. Transglutaminase, or TG, a naturally occurring enzyme found in plants, animals, and bacteria. TG is often used to bond protein-containing foods together, and in the production of foods such as imitation crab meat and fish balls, known colloquially by chefs as meat glue. Chef Shaw's tip: gluing chicken skin to salmon will actually protect the outside of the salmon from overcooking. That sounds disgusting, though. Not gonna lie. Salmon with chicken skin? I mean, chicken skin's good. Like, a well-fried chicken skin is delicious. But on salmon? I don't know. I mean, I'm not a big fan of salmon. Maybe that's why it sounds disgusting to me. I'm not sure. Let me turn off the light. Don't want to waste energy. The method.sci. Excerpt from Architects of the Neurological Revolution. What if I told you I could turn you into a mathematician on the level of Einstein in under 10 minutes? Yeah, Matrix stuff, right? I'd say you're full of it. That's the first thought that crosses my mind, but it withers in the face of Alex Yu's conviction. Despite myself, I'm riveted. He's not bullshitting me. Himself, maybe. Me, no. Alex leans back in his chair. Welcome to the age of Neuromod. Okay, so Alex, whether he's my dad, brother, uncle, whatever, is apparently the guy who invented Neuromods, or at least, you know, is an important figure in the whole Neuromod thing. Which I'm assuming maybe that's going to be one of the ways in which I learn skills in the game, or abilities and whatnot. I'm like sort of thinking from a meta gaming perspective. Like from the looks of it, it definitely looks older than me. So I'm gonna go with father or uncle. Yeah, Neuromods, huh? Very interested. The setting so far is really intriguing. I like it. Speech synthesis and natural language generation. Excerpt from Chapter 3 of Speech Synthesis and Natural Language Generation by Sebastian Smith? I don't know. Not too impressive. Einstein was famously bad at math. I think that's a sort of myth or another understatement. An overstatement. I don't know how you would call it, but I don't think it was bad at math. I think that's... Well, maybe I'm wrong. But I think there's sort of that myth that started because there's that story that his wife was doing calculations for him. I don't think she was doing calculations for him because he was bad. I just think she was helping. He was working on the like theoretical things, and she was like doing calculations to sort of like, you know, like double check or something, or maybe do some work while he was doing like more theoretical work, right? I don't think he was bad at math. That seems weird. But again, I don't know. I think I've heard that this was sort of a myth, right? People spread story about him getting bad grades. I think it's either false or misleading. Well, I mean, you can have bad grades and not be bad, right? Maybe he was just like extremely bored in school or whatever. Or, you know, again, I'm purely speculating. I have no idea. But there's plenty of reasons why that could be the case without him being bad at math, right? Am I just out of the game right now? Hold on. Oh, I'm in. Yeah, no, I understand that's what you're saying, Quasi. I was just like adding to it. Yeah. But I mean, hey, who knows? Maybe there's some truth in there. Maybe he was actually not very good. I mean, I was awful at spelling when I was in school. At the very beginning, I remember we had like, what would you call those in English? Like dictations, you know, where the teacher recites a text and you have to write it without making mistakes, right? I would always copy on my the person sitting next to me. I became very good at you know, cheating on those tests. And up until like my teens, like when I was in high school, is suddenly when I started becoming good at spelling for some reason. I don't know exactly how it happened. I think it's when I started going on the internet a whole lot and I was writing a whole lot on the internet, you know, chats and whatnot. I always wanted to write correctly, so I would like make sure that I was, you know, and that's when it sort of clicked for me. Even though I was reading a whole lot when I was a kid and everything, but I never got good at spelling until like I was in my teens, in high school, and then it just, I don't know, it clicked, and now I'm a writer. Although I will say, you don't have to be good at spelling to be a writer. That's why there's, you know, correctors and editors and spell checkers and all those things. You don't need to be, you can be a writer and have terrible spelling. A lot of my colleagues are just awful at spelling and don't waste any time trying to fix their own spelling. They just let technology and editors do that. So. Voice conversion technology enables synthesis systems to generate speech patterns based on their source or entirely new voices without the need for exhaustive recordings and preprocessing. The quality of the resulting voice depends on the training data, as well as the precision of the conversion function and limitations in processing power. Okay. Voice conversion technology enables synthesis systems to generate speech patterns based on their source or entirely new voices. So you can imitate the voice of someone that already exists. Sort of like, it reminds me of the AI stuff we do these days, right? Or entirely new voices without the need for exhaustive recordings and preprocessing. Having this as like an information you can read makes me think that the voice I was hearing at the beginning, Alex Yu's voice, was not real. Again, pure speculation based on nothing outside of a hunch, right? Again, I'm all aboard the conspiracy theory train right now. Tinfoil hat and everything. I don't trust anyone. I don't trust anything. This is all a sham. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. You know what, chair? You go there. I'm just gonna have a stack of chairs here. Out the way, you know? Oh, can I move those two? Yep, okay. Just before it becomes a problem, you know, I'm just gonna stack chairs here. There. Perfect. Oh, hold on. I really want to make sure those chairs are not gonna get in the way later. All right, excellent. These people must think you're really intelligent. Yeah, I mean, look at how I solved my chair problem. Now I don't have a chair problem anymore. I think I am, you know, demonstrating amazing intelligence. Okay, also, I will, you know, again, that could be an interior design thing. Those pipes here and that big thing here in like what looks like a luxury apartment is very suspicious. I just noticed it and it's like, yeah, that doesn't ring luxury apartment to me. Just saying. Like those fancy loft apartments. Yeah, I guess, maybe. I don't know, maybe I'm just like, I'm working myself into a shoot right there. I'm like trying to convince myself that I'm onto something. Are the clouds moving? Oh, they're not moving. Tinfoil! I'm back on the train! Okay. Style is style. I guess so. I don't know, the apparent wooden beam. Very luxurious, like, panels. False, like, bricks and whatnot. And then those pipes. Just... I guess it has a bit of an industrial, sort of, like, New York loft style. But, I don't know. An account of the Fermi's question. Is that going to be about Fermi's paradox and all that? There are going to be aliens in this game? Hold on. Excerpt from a book on the existence of extraterrestrial intelligence by Dr. Robert James III. What's up, Dan? I like to think there's someone watching you from an opposite building very confused right now. Yeah, someone with their, like, you know, binoculars being like, what the fuck is this dude doing? And he's wearing wet socks. What the hell? Consider that there are billions of stars in the galaxy like our sun, many of them far older. Some of these stars will have Earth-like planets. Some of these planets may have developed intelligent life. Some intelligent life may develop interstellar travel. If a civilization began before ours, it seems possible, even probable, that even at the speed of currently envisioned interstellar travel, they could already have the entire galaxy colonized. The problem is, we haven't detected any such civilization, nor have any contacted us. Why? It's Fermi's paradox, right? A lot of ifs in there. I like that question, though. I think it's a very interesting question. What's up, Rico? Those are some good binoculars. Can you tell when wet socks? I mean, you can see the traces on the ground, I guess, but you would have to be quite a few floors above to see the ground. Yeah, if you're the don. I like to think they saw and noped out. I don't know. I mean, obviously, there's the typical sci-fi take on it, which is they're waiting for us to prove that we're worthy of integrating, like, you know, getting involved in the galactic whatever civilization that they have going. I personally don't think makes a lot of sense. Here's the thing, though. We're talking about something that has quite a few scales involved in there. Obviously, distances are a thing. But again, like they say, you know, if it's an older civilization, they have managed to get, you know, interstellar travel functional. it's likely that over time they manage to, get to, like, if they're going to be able to get to interstellar travel and make that a thing, it's likely that they figured out how to not destroy themselves like we're doing, right? There's a chance that they figured that out somehow. If they manage to get to the point of like legitimate working interstellar travel and colonizing other planets in the galaxy and so on, right? We're talking about a civilization that has their shit figured out much more than we do right now as human beings. Now, that being said, I think there's an element of time here that's very important, right? It's all of this could have happened way before we even started existing, right? And maybe there's traces of their civilization in the galaxy, but we will just be, if one day we get there, it will be too late for us to meet them because maybe by then they will have disappeared, right? For some reason. It's also, yeah, Credo, it's also very possible that no one figured out the travel part because it's just inaccessible, right? There's a lot of ifs in all those questions, obviously. And even then, like, I mean, space is so fucking big, right? Let's assume future technology allows us to detect stuff at a long range, right? By the time we detect something and we actually are able to move there, so much time will have passed, then whatever we detected might not be there anymore. So if like on the scale of on a space scale, like a galactic scale or a universe scale, we've only, like, the human civilization has always been existing for a very tiny amount of time, which means that if a civilization manages to detect us or know, like, hey, there's some signs of life here, by the time they get here, it's not going to happen now, right? It would be a long time in the future, unless they've detected us when we were just like bacteria or long before humans were a thing. Because it's going to take like thousands of years to move to that other planet, even at light speed, right? Again, that's assuming things like wormholes and whatnot, or faster than light travel. There's a lot of questions that when we talk about like future potential technologies of civilizations that have existed for millennia more than we have done so far. There's a lot of stuff that can become relative. So I don't know. How are you today, Bright Boot? Yeah, that's the thing, passerby for sure. And there's a lot of like big hypothesis here that could explain why, even assuming, obviously with how huge space is and how many planets there are and how many systems there are and how many galaxies there are and all of that, it is likely that life exists somewhere else, even intelligent life, sentient life. It's very likely that it does exist somewhere. The chances of us ever meeting them, however, are just feel much, 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 much smaller. Yeah. What's up, Infamous? Yeah, for sure, SCD. Yeah, that's a good hypothesis, third mask, but there's that idea to me always like confronts the fact that it is what it is. It is a filter, right? A lot of civilization might self-destruct before they get to a point where they can travel, figure out interstellar travel, right? But statistically speaking, there has to be one that will figure it out or has figured it out at some point, right? I don't know. But it could have been long before us, or it could be just still much further in the future. I don't know. I think they would be actively avoiding us at this point. Why would they, though? If they figured out interstellar travel, we're insignificant to them. Like, we literally are probably unable to hurt them at all. There's no reason for them to avoid us. Unless they feel like getting in contact with us would disturb whatever evolution we're organically going through, and that's they deem that necessary for us, right? I guess. There's no reason for us to avoid us. Like, it's not like we could do anything to them if they are that advanced. I think the much more likely explanation is that they have no idea we exist, right? Space is so fucking big. You could literally have colonized half the galaxy out there and still be thousands of light years away from anything human. Any human signal or anything. And never be, you know, anywhere close enough to even detect us, right? Yeah, exactly, passerby. Like, you wouldn't, if you're walking outside, you don't necessarily stop to be like, oh, hey, a colony of ants. Let me try to talk to them and you know, create a relationship with them. It doesn't make sense. That could be exactly the way they're seeing us, right? If I'm like simplifying, right? Yeah, of course, chess piece. Yeah, we're looking at this from the perspective of human beings, which, you know, it could be completely different. Could be a form of life that sees the world on a completely different level. They might not see life or existence as we see it. It might be they might be just seeing rays of light or infrared, even, like stuff that we don't see. Or there's a whole bunch of, like, anything is possible at that scale, right? Which is why it becomes very difficult to, like, have proper, like, solid conversations about it. Because, yeah. But anyway, let's play a bit more, since the thing is brought up in the game. I'm assuming maybe there's going to be some themes about that in the game, so we'll see. We're not going to go too deep into it for fear of potentially spoiling some elements of the thematics of the game later. We'll see. But you know, when it comes to space, I can't stop myself from going on tangents and whatnot. It's one of my favorite topics to. Oh, okay. So that's Alex. That's me, I think. Question mark. I don't know who that is. Okay, maybe we're actually all brothers and sisters, or that's our mom and that's our dad. Okay, so I'm changing my tune. I think Alex might be our brother, actually. These are our parents. Hmm. Yeah, this is my stack of chairs because it was getting in the way. I solved the problem. I'm very proud of it. What is this? Galactics Conquistadors. Is it a video game? Or like a board game? Obscura Factorium. Thing. A lot more books here. Let's see. Okay, let's start with Midnight Songs, a classic anthology of Tang Dynasty verse. Oh. Cool. I like that there's like visual documents as well, not just text. Excerpt from an anthology of Tang poetry. On the Stork Tower by Wang Yiwan? Yiwan? I'm not sure how to pronounce Chinese, I'm sorry. Chihuan, maybe? Sure. I understand all of that. Now I'm like tempted to research Chinese to know what it means. Guess not. Introduction to Survey of Parapsychological Meta-Analysis. Excerpt from Introduction to Survey of Parapsychological Meta-Analysis by Dio Igwe. For example, conducting a meta-analysis of over 2,000 Gensfeld trials, wherein participants are subjected to mild sensory deprivation in order to test for telepathy, reveals a hit rate of 39%. Test for telepathy? These results are statistically significant, meaning that the success rate is above what could be explained by chance alone. There is no denying it. Something spooky is going on. Hmm. "2,000 Gansfeld trials, wherein participants are subjected to mild sensory deprivation in order to test for telepathy. 39%. So is it a thing where suddenly like telepathy started appearing in the human race somehow? Not sure. Consciousness, the fire in the equations. Excerpt from Chapter 1, Consciousness, the Fire of the Equations by Dr. Stuart Penrose. The nature of consciousness remains deeply mysterious. How can the subjective nature of experience, my inner life, be explained in scientific terms? Does consciousness emerge from complex computations among brain neurons? Or is it a fundamental and irreducible property woven into the fabric of the universe? Oh. And this game is gonna get my brain stimulated, it seems. Does consciousness emerge from complex computations among brain neurons, or is it a fundamental and property woven into the fabric of the... So wasn't it Sagan who said that we were the way that the universe would know itself or something? Humans and our consciousness was the way that the universe was trying to understand itself by creating, by having like a sentient life form that would be able to study it, right? I think that was a Sagan thing, right? It rings a bell. But yeah, consciousness is a weird thing if you think about it. Like just the fact that we can think about it is part of the why it's so weird, right? Principles of Neuroscience 10th edition and Engineering Control Systems. Excerpt from Principles of Neuroscience 10th edition. The brain was once considered too warm, wet, and noisy for seemingly delicate quantum processes. However, the discovery of quantum coherence in biological processes, such as plant photosynthesis, avian navigation, and our own sense of smell, paved the way for the eventual discovery of quantum vibrations inside the microtubules of neurons. I'm not sure if that's either like actual sort of based in real science stuff that, is way flying over my head, or if it's just sort of like, um, the sort of nonsense you would write as a writer to justify and explain some of your more sci-fi-esque mechanics, I guess, right? Oh yeah, like quantum stuff. Like if you put quantum somewhere, the readers and everything is just going to be like, oh yeah, it's fine. It's quantum stuff. It works, right? The discovery of quantum vibration inside the microtubules of neurons. What's up, Naz? Good to see you. I mean, we've been playing the game for like 2 hours almost. And we're still in the first room, as you would expect. Excerpt from The Afterword of Engineering Control Systems by Sven Schurd. There's a metaphor here, you know. Typically, the objective of control theory is to monitor the output of a system and compare it with the desired output, reference signal. The difference between the actual and desired outputs, the error signal, is applied as feedback to the input of the system to bring the actual output closer to the reference. Good control systems and good engineers learn from the past. Monitor the output of a system, compare it to desired output, and then apply that as feedback to the input to bring the actual output closer to reference. Sure. I get that. I'm interested in learning how this is relevant to, you know, whatever's happening, but... Oh, Nasrallah, be introduced to our stack of chairs. The chairs were getting in my way a lot, so I just stacked them here so they wouldn't bother me anymore. It was a thing, you know. Excerpt from the preface to Hands-on Electronics by Antoinette Sokol. By working through a series of practical experiments, this humble manual will introduce you to the fundamentals of modern analog and digital electronics. By the end, you will be able to construct any simple circuit. As Thomas Edison once said, to invent, you need a good imagination and a pile of junk. Like that. Yeah, no, Nasrallah, for sure. TrendStar employees' workstation often contain useful information, files, and utilities. Press. See, I'm covering this shit now. This is very annoying. Maybe middle is actually the way to go. If there's going to be information on the top right. My password is F paradox, Fermi paradox, with a 0 and a question mark. That is very weak. Oh shit, you can have all the... Oh yes, that is awesome. That's really cool. There's gonna be audio logs and emails. Ah, excited. Oh, you can actually like activate quests or not? Oh, interesting. I haven't looked at this one before. Again, like the green and the red. It's like on this one. NR. There might be something like either mathematics or periodical table of elements stuff going, but I'm not too on point with that shit, fortunately. First couple hours like a normal person, not like this. Nazi apartment. Yeah, with weird... Again, which, you know, it could be a very like New York loft stuff. The tubes and everything. To me, it seems weird to have those things in there. I've been on the suspicion that this is not what it looks like because of a few hints. First of all, the jammed door was my first moment of like, why can I not go outside? This is strange. And then like finding food items and stuff that was supposed to be shipped to the station, right? Engineered to thrive in conditions aboard Talos 1. So I have like this weird tinfoil hat theory that we might already be on the space station, and this is all like part of whatever experiment is happening. I also have a feeling we might not be in 2032 because of, again, like everything can have an explanation, but this reads like 2033 edition, which again could be like one of, you know, like the next year's edition's already out because it's up to date, and all those items are here because they want me to get used to whatever I'm going to be consuming once on the station, right? But I don't know, like the jam door was a bit of a, like, this is weird. But again, it could be just a jam door. But I sort of have like a tinfoil hat theory that we might already be in space. I don't know. We'll see. What is this? Oh, come on. Did I shoot that down when I threw the chair earlier? I think I did. Alright, let's log in on the computer. Now, okay, I'm still not sure about the location of, I mean, if it's just gonna be tutorials, it's fine. Oh, okay, hold on. Ah, I see. Ooh, okay, then it behaves like a mouse. Okay, that's weird, but it'll be okay. Emails, files, utilities. 742. Hold on, what? Does that time make sense? I don't remember. It may have. Okay, let's read my emails. Oh, dude, I love the little thing there. The way it folds, very cool. Doesn't serve any purpose, but very cool. Congrats and welcome from Thomas Tucker to Morgan Yu and CC to Alex Yu. Okay. Hello, Morgan. So glad to hear you'll be coming aboard soon. Your first official workday is Monday. Okay, this is also, like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, my camera position is better because at least it's not in the way of whatever's happening. Also, that's the time I was talking about, 7:43. The time's actually moving forward. Interesting. What about the TFT effect? I mean, I don't know. There's some, like, you can see, like, the screen door on the pixels. I don't know. Yeah, it looks alright. Let's just wait for 15 hours, see if it gets dark. Yeah, let's do that. So glad to hear you'll be coming aboard soon. Your first official workday is Monday, March 15th. But we first have a series of training exercises we run with all employees. It's going to be the tutorial I'm expecting. Just some stuff to clear you for life in orbit. Exciting times ahead. Have a good flight, and I will see you soon. Okay, well, I mean, apparently I'm, you know, the game at least is trying to convince me that I'm not there if I am. But again, could be part of the experiment. Delivery. I sent a package with everything you'll need for your first day. Uniform, transcribe, neuromod. Install the neuromod right away, as we'll be running some tests first thing in the morning. Follow the instruction. I'll be in touch. Thank you, Alex. Okay, more Alex. Hey, just got off the phone with mom and dad. Okay, so Alex seems to be my brother, just like I thought. They won't be there when the shuttle departs. They're in New York, company stuff, but they send their best. I think mom's a little disturbed that both her children are going to be outside her gravitational pull at the same time. Okay. She said you'd better behave and do everything your big brother says. Okay, actually, she said the opposite. Sorry. I'm supposed to behave and do what you tell me. So there you go. That's mom. Anyway, everyone's excited about your ideas up there. So get ready. I'll probe call you in the morning. Make sure you're up. See you soon. Very soon. Morgan. Signed. Very cool. Yeah, I'm thinking, like, I'm still, despite my issues with open world games and everything, I'm still interested in playing Cyberpunk, because I feel like somehow it's gonna hit a bit different than those big open world games. I don't know, maybe it's a mistake, but I'm still interested in giving it a try at some point. We'll see. All right. Are my emails in here now? Hell yeah. Okay, cool. Very nice. I'm supposed to install the Neuromod, right? Oh no, I'm supposed to put my uniform first still. I'm assuming then I will need to play Neuromod and what. Okay, I think we're done with all the little things I could do before. Man, that stack of monitor is... Man, that's a stack of monitors. I would love to have a stack of monitors like that above my main monitors. A lot of streaming at the same time. Can we get a monitor pile going? No. I have a chair pile, and that's more than enough, okay? I wonder what's the significance of the ties here. Why? Like, it seems weird to have specifically a bunch of ties here. I don't know. I mean, actually, to be fair, I was wearing a tie here at the press conference. No, okay, that's fair. Alright, let's put this on. First objective achieved. 2 hours in. Nice. Get in the helicopter on the roof. I will, I will. So can I use a Neuromod now or no? I thought I was supposed to... Oh, maybe I already did. Before the start of the game, like yesterday. Right? Maybe I already applied the Neuromod. Okay, turning off the lights. Still lights. God damn it. Wasting energy. I don't know how to turn them off. Well, okay. That apartment was nice. I think we did most of what we could do in here. Hold on. Can I? Oh, dude. This is making me very excited for, like, what's to come in terms of gameplay. There's gonna be, like, stealth elements or something. That's sick. I like that. Yeah, okay. I think we're good. I read all the books. No, I haven't tried to interact with this, I don't think. Okay. Let's go. Oh, hey! There's someone there. Nice. Hey, little fishy. Look at this little fishy in there. That's a very small aquarium for a fish like that, isn't it? I don't know. I'm not a fish expert.
Morning, Mr. Yu.
Morning, Patricia? How's the volume, by the way? Like, can you hear the footsteps and everything? The voices are loud, holy crap. Notice from building management. 1 West 63rd Avenue, Tower B.
These things can be tricky, you know?
Sure. I know. Notice from building management. Water pressure issues have been identified and are being resolved. We apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused. Patricia Varma. Okay.
Heard there's a chopper on the roof. Must be for you.
I'm sure it is.
You'll have to take the elevator.
Okay.
Down the hall. But you know that, I guess. Aren't you going to be late? You're supposed to keep going.
Okay, hold on. That is a very suspicious thing to say. Again, it could be... It's funny because everything I'm finding sort of like... On one end, it like sort of plays into my tinfoil hat theory. And on the other, it could be just like a cheeky little thing for a video game, you know, like, hey, you're supposed to actually, you know...
You're going to get me in trouble.
How?
I can't talk to you anymore.
Okay, this is weird. Okay, this is actually weird. Never mind. This is like legit weird. Use A to jump, L to sprint. Oh! Hell yeah, dude. Okay, can I go back? Yep. Nice. Hold on. Hell yeah, look at this! Oh, this is awesome. Yeah, no, that the way she like sort of was like, you're supposed to keep going, I can talk to you, was very weird. I'm back on board. I'm thinking my tinfoil hat theory was correct. Echelon, residential tower. Cool. What's up, Mudasdan? How are you today? I thought it was a different floor. What's up, Patricia? Yeah, no, I wouldn't try to slide like that in real life. It'd probably not work. My floor or roof? Hello, Mr. Yu. Hello, elevator computer screen. It's so weird that it's like a sort of fake mouse cursor. Should I open my window? I'm not sure. It's getting a little warm, I think, but hold on. Actually, I might open it. Okay, before we get to the roof, I think I'm gonna quickly go open my window. We'll do a very short window time, and then I'll be back and we get to the roof. Get on that helicopter, get to the training, whatever. Get to the shuttle, get to the space station. Assuming this is not all a sham, and we're already in space, which is my leading theory right now. Anyway, I'll be right back. Gonna go open the window. Thank you for being here, everyone. I feel like this is gonna be an interesting playthrough. I'm digging what I'm seeing so far. Lots of good little bits of lore, interesting thoughts about, like, you know, space, alien life. Very interesting game so far. Looking forward to seeing more. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. Is there a reason elevators or hold the line tunes are pretty simple? I mean, I guess they're meant to be as unnoticeable as possible, I guess. Like, or, I mean, are you really gonna invest money in like getting Hey, maybe there's an untapped business there, you know? Maybe that's the next, you know, so many bands these days are trying to make like songs that are gonna hit on TikTok, like a 30-second part of their song is gonna become big on TikTok or something. Maybe that's the next big business idea, right? Actual good elevator music. Oh, wait. Oh shit, I have a flashlight. Oh, that's pretty pog. Could put nature sounds instead? I guess so. Who decides what station the radio's on? The building manager? I don't know. Anyway, let's get to the roof. I didn't realize I left you guys with the elevator music all this time. It's actually pretty cool. I like it. Did you just say it's pretty pug? Who's this guy streaming? I'm just, you know. I'm just making a caricature of being a Twitch streamer, right? Unless someone gets paid the big bucks for exclusively making elevator music. Yeah, maybe that's the case. Like maybe who knows? Like where does that music come from, right? Someone has to make it. Maybe it's like a single company that does all that shit. I mean, this one's actually a banger if you really listen to it. Usually Muzak? I don't know what Muzak is. Fucking buttons, I swear to God. Man, those sounds were very ominous. I don't know. It sounded like a almost a heart rate monitor about to stop. Oh, which I don't know why. It just made me think of that scene in Interstellar. With the countdown, right? God, that scene is so good. The mix between like the visuals and the sounds and the music, it's what a masterpiece of a scene. At my company, the marketing and communications teams does the music in our common areas, but there's no music in elevators. Muzak is an American brand of background music played in retail stores and other music public establishments. The name has been in use since 1934 and has been owned by various companies. Oh, you learn something every day. Interesting. Hold on. Am I the only one that's a little concerned with the scratching on the walls there? Everything is so squeaky clean everywhere. What the fuck is up with that? That is sort of weird. Right, okay, Dax, I get it. Someone was sliding around in here in wet socks and made an awful mess. No, hey, okay, look at... I'm sliding on the ground, not a squeak. I'm clean. I showered with my clothes. I'm clean as hell. That is weird, though. Huh. Wait. Oh. I mean, you know what? We're outside, so much for that, I guess. Jam? I'm waiting for it to drop, right? But maybe it's waiting for me to get to the helicopter to do that. I've literally opened my window 5 seconds ago. How is there already a mosquito in? This is insane, dude. Oh. I'm gonna assume this is like a visual bug. Yeah, this is kind of weird. They've perched outside waiting for window time. Yeah, fucking assholes, I swear. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid like looking into it, but you know, I'm like looking at everything except that. I love the heli design though. Looks cool. TrendStar Corp TW0618 2016. Alright, hey, I mean, everything looks good here. Push to open. I will. Oh god. What am I doing? No, I'm not Nasrallah, okay? I'm not experimenting with my games. I'm still worried, well, not worried, but concerned that none of the clouds are moving at all, but that could be just a limitation of the game. I've actually played the Stanley Parable back in the day, Rico. On stream, actually. It was alright. Like, oh! There's a fucking... There's a plane in the sky right there. That's the first sign of, like, movement or life I've seen in the game outside of myself. Well, and Patricia. Huh. That's cool. Yeah, nice. I'm not surprised. Oh, nice.
Mr. Yu, please make yourself comfortable and we'll be on our way. TrendStar facility is just a short hop. 78 degrees. Clear skies all the way.
Oh, it's a nice, okay, clever. Transgressions. Nice.
That's
Look at
a
this.
nice view on the bay there.
It's actually a clever way to do credits. Where are we though? Like where does... What location looks like that in real life? Like, looks like Hawaii in a weird way. Could be China, like future China. I don't know. Nice.
Here we are, Mr. Yu. Mind the glass on the way out. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna... There's no pilot in there. Right? That... I don't think there's enough room to be a pilot in there. I think that was like an automated helicopter. And the voice... You know, again, we've read that book on like synthesized voices and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, the bridge looks like the Golden Gate, right? But it's clearly the mountains like this don't make sense, I don't think. When I've never been there, I'm not an expert, but yeah. Yeah, or he's in the like bobsleigh position, right? All the way to the front, like that. I think this is like a drone sort of helicopter. That's what it feels like, at least. Okay, we're in TrendStar. Cool. I do like the world building so far. Feels very much like a sort of... It feels like a sort of Blade Runner or Deus Ex that didn't turn to shit, right? Like, where everything's just light and clean and beautiful instead of dark and gloomy. What's up, Fractal Splash? SF has hills around, but they're not that big. Yeah, this feels like legit mountain. This makes me think, like, the landscape makes me think of Hawaii, right? Like the big mountains on the islands and everything. That's what it looks like to me. But I guess it potentially could be China. I don't know exactly. Like, I think China has two mountains like that. And I mean, the characters are Chinese, right? Which, you know, would sort of make sense, I guess. Hello?
Hello, Dr. Yu.
Hey. Cheers. Good to see you. Science operator. Nice.
I'm a Sybil 495 science class operator.
Cool.
Our research often requires intense focus and long hours. I can provide you with a psychoactive stimulant after the test, if necessary.
Oh, are we getting provided drugs?
Everyone's eager to see what you're capable of, Dr. Yu. I know I am.
Fair?
It won't be long before you're on a shuttle bound for Talos 1.
Okay.
My instruments are calibrated for high-volume data analysis and live readings. Don't worry. Nothing will be missed.
Little change of voice there. That was like the way the voice was processed. See?
TrendStar has over a dozen state-of-the-art facilities across the globe. More, if you count the entire Earth-Moon system.
Interesting. So the moon is colonized.
All our labs meet the minimum. Strange. That's never happened before. I'll have to file a maintenance request. Please excuse me, Dr. Yu. The elevator will take you directly to the testing area.
There's a few... I love how there's like just a few little things that are very weird. This is very nice.
I'm sure your brother is waiting for you.
I want to look at the back of you. Jesus.
Should I change position?
I'm sorry, we're not that close, I don't think. Can I slide under you? Ha! God damn it.
Calibrating.
The last frontier is the human mind, and we are its pioneer. William Yu. Interesting. All that focus on neuromods and control of the mind and all of that. I really wonder what we're actually studying, right? Like, it doesn't feel like we're...
Welcome, Morgan Yu. You have a 9 a.m. appointment in the testing facility. Please confirm.
Sure, okay. 9 a.m. appointment. Is the alley gone? Okay, no, it's still here.
Morgan!
Hey!
Finally!
What's up, brother? Orientation. Welcome, Morgan, you. I love all these little details of... Wow, Jesus. Those quest things are... very loud when they actually pop up. Yeah, more marks on the ground, huh? Thing. Just like on those walls earlier. I'm sorry. What happened here? Answers? Sir? Alex?
Hey, you don't look terrible in a TranStar uniform. How's your eye? Still red?
So I already
I know the
applied
test might
the
seem a
mod.
little unconventional, but it's a you family tradition. Breaking convention is in our blood. Once you start the test, just do whatever comes natural. Don't overthink it. Dr. Bellamy's going to walk you through the process. You're in good hands.
I mean,
We'll be in orbit next week. I promise.
Mr. Yu, they're ready for your brother in room A.
Right. Listen, just be yourself. I'll see you after.
I mean, I was myself for like 2 hours in that room at the beginning, and I stacked a bunch of chairs. So I don't know.
Dr. Yu.
You really want me to be myself, or should I at least pretend that I'm a scientist? I'm really interested in that med thing because it's shiny, meaning you can interact with it, right? I have a
I'm waiting for you, sir.
Yes, I know. Thank you. I'm getting a like a Half-Life sort of feel from all of this, right? You're going to the lab and you're going to do an experiment. Something's gonna go wrong, and we're gonna have to escape and use the med kit and whatnot. You know, I don't know. Test sequence 0, 7, 0, 0, 0, 0, 71611 0, 796.
If you'll make your way into room A.
Test room AD. Next participant, Morgan Yu. Well, I will. Chill. Clearance required beyond this. Yeah, there's definitely a Half-Life vibe to all of it, which I like. It's been a while since I played a game that felt this way. It's cool. Excerpt from Architects of the Neurological Revolution. Oh, that's the one we read already, right? Yeah. Yeah, Kuma, for sure. What the hell's that giant A here? Oh, test room A. Okay, yeah. There's a button.
Good morning, Morgan. I'm Dr. Bellamy. Looks like we have some tests to run through today. Probably not the kind of thing you're used to, I imagine, but trust me, you're going to do fantastic. All good?
I appreciate the trust.
Great. Let's begin. For this first test, I'd like you to remove the boxes from the red circle as quickly as you can. Just go with your gut. Okay? Wonderful. Press the red button when you're ready.
Remove the boxes as quickly as you can? Can I? Oh no, I can't. I was gonna slide into them.
Glass won't break, will it?
Wonderful. You're absolutely fine. Let's move on to room B then.
I'm already more creative than the game allows me to. I was trying to slide in the boxes to just kick them out, right? Unfortunate. The glass won't break? I mean, hold on. Let's test this theory. Ah, the glass is fine. Okay, now I'm getting a sort of like Portal vibe, you know, like testing and all that. It's obviously probably like influences, right? One way or another. Oh, that's an actual camera. Okay. Nice. I love the retro style, the camera. Trying to press the button again, but... There's a chair!
Okay, Morgan, listen carefully. I'd like you to do your best to hide in this room. Take your time, relax, think it over. No, I'm kidding. You only have 9 seconds. Hit the red button when you're ready to start.
Hide in this room?
Morgan, we can see you there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming you can at this point. Still not... I'm not trying to... Oh, God.
Dr. Yu, Morgan, we're ready.
Sure. What's up, Elisa? Break time, let's go. I mean...
Any synaptic register? At all? No? No, that's fine. Sorry, let's keep things moving, Morgan. Head into room C. You're doing marvelous.
I don't feel like I've done that great on this one, but hey, I mean, there's just a chit. What do you want me to do? Like... That one made me feel like an idiot, I will say. Which I'm assuming is the intended effect, but... Yeah, see, you wanna play the hiding game again here?
Alright. Here we go. For this test, please press the blue button across the room as quickly as you can, in the most natural, intuitive way possible, without thinking. Just go for it. Press the red button when you're ready. I'm sorry, can someone please explain to me what's happening? Simmons?
I installed exactly what Tina brought down.
Did you double check?
Speaker's still on.
I apologize, Morgan. We're having some trouble with the equipment. Not your fault. You're doing fabulous, actually.
This is awesome.
One last room. Let's step into D.
I actually love the sort of tone that it's setting. Like what the fuck is he doing? Like, what's wrong with him? Right? Like, they're expecting me to do something like hide. For instance, I'm just thinking out loud, right? They were expecting something like, for instance, oh, you're supposed to hide, do whatever feels natural. I was supposed to like disappear, use like some sort of whatever power I'm supposed to have or something to disappear, right? And here I was supposed to like use telekinesis or something to like trigger the button, right? I'm expecting that's what they were waiting for, because I installed a neuro mod, or I'm supposed to have some kind of... I'm thinking there's a vibe, like that's the vibe that it's setting, right? I'm supposed to do stuff in a weird way, in a way that's not usual, and I'm just like doing something completely normal, and it's so weird for them because they're expecting something different, right? I really love the tone that it's setting. Oh, this is so cool so far. Loving it. Not at all what I was expecting, though. Like I said, I had no idea what this game was. And I mean, I'm still not really in the, like, obviously what's going to be the main portion of the game, right? Like, obviously this is still the intro, but I really wasn't expecting anything like what I'm getting right now in terms of like the vibe, the tone, and the even the story. Like it's very interesting. I don't know what I was expecting actually, thinking about it. It's but definitely not that. Wait, hold on. I'm pretty sure B was already D. I even looked at it and I was like, yeah, that's weird. I'm already in D even though I came from A. I don't know.
Can someone get me a cup of coffee? I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Bellamy.
Okay, Morgan.
Yeah, we're just to clarify, we're avoiding like joke spoilers because the line becomes very hard to determine. And then someone at some point makes a joke spoiler, like, oh, it was supposed to be a joke, and then suddenly they hit the actual, like, you know. So it's just easier for the mods to have like a, you know, yeah, no, I'm sure you're aware, Quasi, you've been around a long time, but I'm explaining for people who might be less familiar. It's easier for everyone to have a hard line. This way, you know, there's no margin cases. It's just like clear for everyone.
Have a seat at the table for me, please.
Even though obviously some examples are like very obvious, but oh boy, what am I gonna have to do? Can I? I'm supposed to sit at the table. Okay, hold on. Ah, fuck! I wanted to move the chair.
Wonderful job. Take a look at the screen in front of you. I'm going to show you a series of questions. Pick the answer that makes the most sense to you.
Oh boy, okay.
Let's start on the screen when you're ready.
Is this gonna be a whole IQ sort of test thing? What are you guys studying? I'm not an animal. We worry about that?
Whenever you're ready, Morgan.
No, what was the... What is this? Dude? Sir? Madame? Something's not right. You're planning a vacation. Go somewhere go somewhere familiar you know you love, or try something new. Ah, dude, that is so hard. Game holds up very well visually. I think it's one of those cases of like the art direction is, you know, we've had that conversation before with other games. Like the art direction is so on point with exactly, like I was gonna say it's mildly cartoonish. You know, there's some, it doesn't try to look super realistic. It has that sort of like same as Dishonored vibe, you know. And I think their art style is very clean, very like the environments, for instance, very clean, very sleek. You know, like it tends to hold up well. Oh shit! Random Red. Random Red. I appreciate you being honest with us. I will see you in 24 hours. It was an honor, Random Red. Can someone calculate how many seconds that is? I'm not sure. $86,400. Oh, I think Saladino did it right after you, and so it cancelled. Thank you, $10. Yeah, it's the Golden Kappa thing. Like, I don't know how it started, but one day, a dude came in. Never seen that person before. And was it Random Red, actually? It might have been Random Red, right? I don't remember who it was, but it might have been Random Red, actually. And they came in like, hey, I got Golden Kappa for 24 hours. And I was like, oh, that's great. and timed them out for 24 hours because I thought it was just funny, right? And since then, it's been a thing. If someone posts the golden kappa, you get timed out for 24 hours, which is the duration of the golden kappa. Sorry, that it is it is what it is. I think it is random red, actually. Hold on. I can tell based on his follow age. Yeah, following since August 1st. I think that's it. Yeah. His first message was, that's the golden kappa, and I was like, oh, that's great! Instant timeout for 24 hours. And yeah, and what's funny is that the guy had never been there before, I don't think. Not that I've never seen him. It was his first message in chat. He wasn't following. And he suddenly posted that, timed him out. And later on, when I was not live, he both followed and subbed while I wasn't live, like a few hours later, which I thought was hilarious. So... And since then, it's been a thing. Well, I mean, I think they changed how it worked. Back in the day, Wubin, it was like you randomly one person had it for 24 hours, which was kind of like special. Now it's like if you participate in like a big enough hype trains or something, like it's ridiculous. It's stupid. Which makes it less special, but oh well. Yeah. I mean, when it was a super rare thing, at least it meant something, you know, like, oh, you're the lucky one today, right? Like, just one person gets it on the website for 24 hours. Which made the, like, me timing them out, like, even more funny, right? I don't know. Oh, well. I'm still thinking about the question, by the way. This might take a while, by the way, based on how many questions there are, and if they're all questions like that, that might take a while. Go somewhere familiar you know you love, or try something. I do like going to places I've already been to, because, you know, there's something great in familiarity. There's no stress of a place you don't know about. But at the same time, if you never try something new, you never find new places you are gonna enjoy, right? Still thinking familiar, sort of like wins. You're planning a vacation. Go somewhere familiar you know you love, or try something. Like, okay, let me put myself in the situation. If I were to plan a vacation now, would I go to a place familiar? They're both equally interesting to me. I hate that question. Well, then it's not a vacation. Like, that was my first instinct too, Naz. It would be like, oh, if I have time off, I'm staying home. But staycation. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Laura, right? Like, it depends on who I'm going with, my mood at the time, what kind of experience I'm looking for, right? Maybe I'm looking for something non-stressful, familiar, or maybe I want to explore something. I don't know. I think... Are they looking at me? Yeah, I'm sorry, sir. You're gonna have to wait a hell of a long time. What's up, lady? How are you doing today? I don't know. I'm trying to think. Well, the best I can do is, I guess, what would I do now, right now, if I was planning a vacation? I would probably want to go somewhere new right now in this current state of things. Yeah.
Good. Looks like you've got the hang of it. Keep going.
I pressed a button on the screen. Are you saying that's an accomplishment? You've been sentenced to death. Oh my lord. Oh jeez. Oh, what are we doing? Dude, seriously, come on. Do we want to spend the rest of the stream here? Is that the plan, Doctor? Because this is what's gonna happen. I'm just saying. You've been sentenced to death for your actions. How does this make you feel? Afraid. I don't know what will happen. Angry. No one has that right. Calm. It was worth it. Okay. Answer C is Naz. That Naz is probably on C on this, right? IRL got all up in my shit, but I'm good. Ah, that's good to hear, lady. Well, I mean, you know, it's good that you're good. I hope the IRL stuff is manageable. Afraid, I don't know what will happen. Okay, I'm sentenced to death. What realistically is my action? My reaction? Probably A, if I'm honest, right? Like, of course I'm gonna be afraid. Don't know what will happen. And even if I knew, like, you know, there's a certain fear of nothing, right? Getting the job done, yeehaw, yeah. No one has that right, I think is a bit entitled, like, obviously depending on your action. I'm assuming my actions were deserving, right? That's my notion here. My actions were deserving. Whether or not, you know, death sentence is justifiable ever under any circumstance is a very different debate. Well, let's assume, you know, like this was justified, right? Well, although I guess B could be the answer to that, right? If you determine that there's no circumstances under which the death sentence would be appropriate, then I guess B is the answer for you, right? I'm thinking A here. I love that this question is less complicated for me than the fucking, like, where would you go with your, you know, for a vacation? Would you try a new place? Or like, this has me thinking for 15 minutes and this is like, yeah, no, I think I'm pretty sure. What was the action? I mean, we don't know, but I'm assuming, yeah, I'm assuming it's something. You know, that makes sense in that world to be a death sentence, right? Exactly, yeah. Something that is death sentence worthy in that world, at least. Overthinking, yeah, that was my crime. I took too long to answer the first question. I think I'm gonna go with A. Like, that's like naturally, instinctively what feels like my most likely reaction in the face of death of any kind, actually. Like, you know, it doesn't have to be a death sentence. I probably will always feel afraid.
Ooh, that's heavy stuff.
I mean, your questions. A runaway. Oh, boy. Okay, hold on. Jeez. Do we have to do this? I know this one. What's the name of that dilemma again? There's a name, right? Like a specific name to that one. The trolley problem. Thank you. A runaway train is bearing down on 5 people who are tied to the track. You can cause the train to switch tracks, but there's one person tied to the second track. Switch tracks or do nothing. It's the whole point of, do I take the responsibility of killing someone to save other people, or do I ignore the situation because at least I'm not responsible? Obviously, this isn't a vacuum. We have to ignore who these people are, the potential lives they have, the families, the circumstances. Inaction is still action. I don't know if I agree with that completely. I think, yes, inaction is still action. It does change. I do think it changes the responsibility aspect of it, though. I'm the one tying people down. What's up, Cooling? Yeah, Cruz. I do still think it changes something, Brainy, right? Like your complete inaction. Like inaction is an action. I agree with that. And you're the person who has the opportunity to do something. But I do think that not doing anything still leads to a lower responsibility than if you do switch and specifically kill that one person, right? Right, a choice, Lexel. That semantics, but yeah, I think that's what Brainy implied. The choice doesn't disappear because you decide to not do anything, right? Meaning, technically, you still have a sort of like role to play in that situation, or you didn't want to, but as we know from like plenty of real life situations, we don't always decide when we have a role to play or a situation to solve or something to do, right? Yeah, exactly. Like it's as if you're walking down a, I don't know, road, and there's a person drowning in the canal, right? You're there. You know that it's happening. You immediately, whether you want it or not, even if you're not at all responsible for the situation, you immediately get involvement put on you by just default of the situation being there, right? In the way your brain is gonna just, you're involved, whether you want it or not, you're involved. So. But if I don't know how to swim? Well, no, I mean, in that case, you but now you're adding specifics, Zulu, right? It's, you're basically saying, oh, well, there's no switch in the train. Well, yeah, sure, you're not going to do anything. You can't change the problem until it fits your vision of it, Zulu. Like, it's as if you say, like, oh, but there's no switch. Well, then I'm just fucked, I guess, right? My point is that you are missing context there. There's no context. That's why it's a problem. If you add context, you completely change the problem. Oh, yeah, 4 of those 5 people are murderers. And the other one is the judge that let them off the hook. Oh, well, I guess I'm gonna save the pregnant woman that's the person tied on the second track, right? The principle of it is that there's no context. That's the whole point of it, right? There's no context. You don't know who these people are. Otherwise, it completely changes the problem. It doesn't become... It's not the same problem at all, right? That's exactly what I'm saying. you can't just add context to change your opinion of it, right? We're in a situation where there's 5 people, undetermined people, on one side and 1 people on the other side. And we have a way of changing things because there's a switch in front of us. That's all the context we have, and that's what we have to make our decision based on. There's no, well, we need to question the people to know who they are and would like to make a decision based on blah, blah, blah. No, it's just who tied them on the track? Why am I here? You know, none of that matters. It's just like a matter of, this is it. Oh yeah, Kuma? I haven't seen that one, I don't think. Sounds pretty interesting, though. I mean, I think there's a few layers here, Ask, right? It's that, first of all, yeah, the simple layer is the value of a human life. So you switch tracks, because you want to save 4 people, right? It's an absolute positive. Without context. However, I think you can't ignore the sort of... That's the whole point. To me, the whole point is you can't ignore the responsibility aspect of it. You're being put in a situation that you didn't create, and even though you can act on it, you still didn't create the situation, right? So you can't take full responsibility for the death of anyone. However, if you do switch, you are, for sure, 100% responsible for the death of that one person. That person was not gonna die if you didn't act, right? The other 2, if you didn't act, if you weren't there, the other 5 were gonna die anyway, right? That one person was not gonna die. That's where the whole crux lays. Like, that's the whole point of the dilemma, right? Yeah, there's a difference between guilty and responsible. There's a whole bunch of layers here. I still think I'm switching. I still think I'm switching. Yeah, I mean, that's the point, Big Boss, right? If you, as soon as we add context, it's a completely different question. That obviously requires a different thought process. In this case, we don't have context. We have to think about it without context. Otherwise, we completely changed the whole paradigm. Paradigm? Yeah, that's it, right? Itsy. If you're switching, you're making the conscious choice of killing that one person specifically. I still think not acting absolves you of any sort of like responsibility, right? You're still in that position with the option to do something, but at least you didn't create the situation, is what I mean. Those 5 people, if you disappear, those 5 people die. That one person was not gonna die unless you act, which is very different, right? The train is currently going on 5 people. If you remove yourself, those people die anyway, right? It's the whole, that's the whole complexity of it. Yeah, fate. That's one way to look at it for sure. Oh, I mean, obviously it's something you have to decide for yourself. It wouldn't be much of a dilemma if there was a right answer. I think I'm switching. It's funny because I've obviously heard of that trolley problem like for ever. I've known that thing for like decades, but I never actually tried to answer it. Should we judge someone who fails to decide in time differently from someone who makes a choice? That's an interesting one too, yeah. There's also an aspect that I'm always thinking about is I'm looking at it from a perspective of empathy. If I'm that one person on that other track, I'm like, why the fuck did you have to switch? But then you're adding context, right? You're adding context of like, that person has maybe reasons to believe that they didn't deserve this and the other 5 maybe did. I don't know. I put my head out of the window and I scream, why are you guys tied to the tracks? What's the reason? And you could be one of the 5 people, sure. I'm switching. I think. For lack of information, I'm making the statistical choice that this saves the most people.
Good. Next.
Oh. A runaway train is bearing down on 5 people. You're standing on the platform next to an enormously fat man. Pushing him onto the track would stop the train? Isn't this the same problem? That's sort of the same question, right? This is context, yeah. Interesting. No, I mean, sure. There's a proper like action, right? You're actually pushing someone on a track, which is very different. Well, I mean, error. The problem says we are, right? It says pushing him onto the track would stop the train. So we assume that, you know, it's doable. What's up, Siemens? I think I'm pushing him for the same logic, right? It does feel so much weirder, though. That's it. It's interesting. It feels so much more violent. It's so weird. I love it. It's actually a very cool spin on it. Direct versus indirect, yeah. It doesn't say it will kill the fat man. I mean, I'm assuming it's the implication based on the problem, but you're right, it doesn't say it straight up, but it's implied, I guess. Otherwise, it obviously, like, otherwise there's no, you know, there is no problem. Would you jump onto the track yourself to stop the train? No, I can say that. It's weird because, like, instinctively I'm like, yeah, this is the same problem, I'm gonna just make the same decision. But actually imagining it, I'm like, I don't know. Like, this seems so much more vile. Values his life to be at least more valuable. Yes, I actually, that's true. I do value my life more than other people's. And I don't think that's that weird of a take. I'm only point of view character for myself, right? From my perspective, everything stops if I die, right? Yeah, we talked about that, Simmons, on the previous question. We can't add context, right? Because obviously it's a different question. Like, as soon as you add any context, you need to rethink the whole thing, which is what's happening right now, right? So you can add an infinite amount of variables, and every time it's a new question. Well, that's also factually wrong, Steezy. Obviously, you know, you can argue that he's likely to have health issues and maybe, you know, maybe his life is already in jeopardy more than the other people, assuming, you know, again, that's a lot of assumptions, but I don't think it changes the problem. Like, a human life is a human life, right? I mean, I agree that it's a variable, right? But I don't think it's one that matters very much, from my opinion. And to be fair, medical science would disagree with that on many points. There's a whole bunch of, like, for transplants, for instance, I know there's a whole bunch of rules. Like, you have to make lifestyle changes, and if you don't, for instance, you can get, like, literally get refused transplants because they determine that you clearly don't value your life enough, which is, you know, like, sort of rough, but I also understand it. Could always lose the weight and increase his life expectancy. Yeah. I mean, again, we don't have a lot of context there, right? There's definitely not enough context to make any conclusions based on that factor. So I'm sort of ignoring that factor. I'm taking it just as an information of how it stops the train, right? Yeah, Zach. I mean, realistically, in that situation where I actually put in there in real life, I would probably do nothing because I wouldn't think about it. That's the real answer. I probably wouldn't think of pushing someone to stop a train. That doesn't really make sense to me, right? I'm just considering this as a thought experiment, right? Well, that I wouldn't do, Sam. Like I said earlier, like, by virtue of my consciousness, I'm always going to value my life over someone else's. It's just I don't know, it's a default reaction for me. It's like instinct of conservation, I guess. I don't know. You have to choose the 5 lies over 1 if you're going by superhero logic. And that's what we did in the previous question, Jaken, which was we're in a train and there's the tracks and we have to switch tracks, right? We can switch tracks. We don't have to. We can switch tracks. And there I went for, yeah, I'm switching tracks and we're going for the 1, right? Which made sense in that thought experiment. In this one, there's an active act of pushing someone, which is somewhat like changes the context of it, which is very interesting. White Wolf, thank you so much for the resub, 9 months. Appreciate it. And Natus, thank you so much for the resub, 32 months. That's a lot of months. Hope you're doing well out there, Natus. White Wolf, good to see you. The both of you will be remembered. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the support very much. But yeah, I mean, realistically, if I'm in this situation, I'm not pushing anyone because I wouldn't think of it or I wouldn't find the courage to do so. Like it's sort of like I think I would just do nothing. But like I'm just, you know, I'm just trying to look at it in the way of it's a thought experiment. So I have the time to think about it and actually make a decision, right? Yeah, that's true, Kuma. That's true. But by superhero logic, you're lifting the train off the tracks and everyone's saved. You guys are thinking about this too much. Or not enough, I don't know. Well, again, Sam, you're adding context that doesn't exist. Every time you change a variable, a little bit of context, it's a completely new question. So answering yours wouldn't help me answer this one. In your scenario, Sam, if the fat man's asking me to push him because he can't go there faster, yeah, sure, I'm pushing him. Whatever. Well, that was the previous question, this piece, for which I answered that I would switch, right? Again, some of you might not have been here, but we had the simple question just before this one, which was just, you're in a train, you can switch tracks. I said, yeah, I'll switch, no problem. This one's a bit different, though. I feel like it goes even further in the responsibility aspect of it, right? I mean, I think you have agency in the previous one as well. By switching the tracks, your decision, your action, specifically kills that one person who wouldn't have died otherwise. If you, like, disappear out of the situation in the previous scenario, the 5 people still die. The one person doesn't. So you're still having a direct impact, which is, like, the whole point of the dilemma, right? Otherwise, there's no question. In this case, I don't know, somehow my instinctive reaction to reading this was like, oh yeah, I mean, it's the same question. So I'm pushing him. And then I imagined doing it. And I'm like, oh, it actually feels different somehow. Yeah, the question, the difference, I agree with Adversaire here. The difference is psychological. I do think that ethically, it's pretty much the same question. Yes. Well, again, Rico, if you do that, you add a variable and context that doesn't exist, which makes it a completely different question. Again, every little element of context you add to any of the people completely changes the question and deserves a completely different thought process. And answering a different question wouldn't help answering this one. Yeah, Big Boss, that was the point also for the first question, right? If you remove yourself from the situation, the 5 people still die. Interesting, SCD. Yeah, I don't know. I'm also thinking, okay, there's, I think one of the elements here, and we haven't touched on that yet, is by describing one of the people, outside of just, yeah, they're just people, right? They're giving you a sort of description of it, right? An enormously fat man, which isn't, you know, it's not a flattering description, but it's humanizing the individual. I think that's an element that's very important in the psychological block that I'm facing here, right? With the thought process of like the purely mathematical and ethical thing, is that it's not just an nondescript person, right? Suddenly there's like some humanity that's put in there. The person, you know, is described in a certain way. You can imagine them, you know, enjoying food. You can imagine them having a life. Like it's like instantly, with just a very slight description like that, it humanizes the character. It's not just people, a vague, nondescript person, right? Which is very interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah, but I mean, in that case, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, chess piece. Again, like I've been repeating for 20 minutes. As soon as you change context by adding elements, it's a completely different question every time, right? Obviously, if you start telling me that one of the 5 people is pregnant, or that they're a couple, or that, you know, obviously it completely changes the humanizing aspect of them, right? And it completely changes the question. It's to me, like, as a writer, this is specifically why when we describe even minor characters in the books, we tend to give them at least something. It could be a very, very small physical description that will never play a role in the story, but we do, you know, we do put something in there because it immediately humanizes a character, because the imagination of the reader can extrapolate from a very small element. Mention a little scar on the cheek of someone, and the reader can start imagining a whole life that led to it, right? Which humanizes characters with one word. It's a very economical way to make characters feel more human, which is what the description is doing here, even if it's not a flattering one, right? It instantly makes it like a more tangible human being, which makes you hesitate sacrificing him for 5 nondescript people, right? It's very interesting. I think, like, psychologically, this is very interesting. I think ultimately it's sort of the same to me, like Big Boss, from like purely, it's a very different question. But I think from an ethical standpoint, it sort of feels like the same. Because again, like, it's a situation you haven't devised, right? You're just put in there and you are involved by virtue of being here, right? You're not responsible for any of it, but you're suddenly involved. If you remove yourself from the situation, the 5 people die in both cases. If you act, in both cases, your action directly leads to the death of one person and the life saved of 5 others. I think from an ethical, like, simplistic standpoint, it doesn't change that. That's still a thing. I think the only difference here is that they're humanizing both the person and the action, which is a bit more personal, right? And yeah, I agree with Chess Piece. Also depends how you frame responsibility. It doesn't, Theogrim, but I think the assumption is that it is. Otherwise, there's no question, right? If we assume that the fat guy doesn't, then it's a very simple answer, which kind of removes all interest, right? Hence why we assume that this is the result, right? Yeah, I agree with Fate. This question is like, oh, do you really think it's just a number thing? It's kind of it's sort of challenging you on that idea, right? Oh, you thought it was just a number thing, huh? Well, is it really? And it works because again, the simple fact of giving a descriptor on one of the individuals makes it more human. Hmm. Legal responsibility? Yeah. I think that's obviously that's it's an aspect of it, but I don't know how much I want to consider that in my thought process because it's sort of a huge, you know, it's sort of a self-defeating question. Because, for instance, in Switzerland, not helping someone that's in danger is literally something you can be punished for. So it's sort of a like it goes both ways. I'm not sure exactly, like in that situation, how the law would that you would you know, would act on any of those cases. If you value five lives over one, you should be fine with both. Yeah, I mean, again, that's the whole point, right? Like it's the question is asking: is it really just a numbers thing, or is it easier when you can hide behind the fact that you're just pulling a lever, and these are nondescript people on a track, right? Suddenly, you put more details. The person is humanized, and you hesitate. Interesting, I think. Psychologically, it's very interesting. Yeah, sure, Brewer. Guess so. Yeah, I mean, I think you have like. I think the only way to really approach this White Wolf is to like remove the urgency of the situation, because again, like I've said, maybe you weren't here, but if I was actually put in that situation on the spot, I would probably do nothing because I'd be frozen, paralyzed, right? And I would do nothing. So it's just like the thought experiment that has value, right? Not the actual actions you would do in that situation, because I feel like most people would just freeze and do nothing, right? And yeah, we can't add context that doesn't exist here, which is like the legal repercussions. We don't know what they would be, so we just have to ignore them and just stick with the context of that we're given, right? I don't know, Fate. It seems so easy it seems so easy to get to that conclusion and be like, yeah, same as the previous answer, boom. But I'm still like, something is stopping me psychologically. And again, I think it comes down to that humanization of that character by giving him just a very short description. Suddenly it's more humanized. Which logically, you know, like logically speaking, I want to press A. I'm just trying to convince myself, I guess. Well, yeah, that's why it's a thought experiment, right, Theogrim? That doesn't change in this question though, Big Boss. Death is necessary result here. Like on a very fundamental level, this is the same question outside of the psychological aspect of it. Someone's gonna die. The action is technically different, but it leads to the same results. Yeah, sure, Chess Again, difference between thought process and reality, right? Again, in reality, I would do nothing because that would be paralyzed. That's interesting, White Wolf. I'm not seeing it this way though. Interesting. I only noted, like, the way I personally took it was that the description was to sort of like justify that it could stop a train, right? Which is probably nonsense, but to me, like, the description was humanizing immediately. As soon as you put like a descriptor, it's not a nondescript, vague individual. It is a person, which is very interesting. To me, it's not dehumanizing at all. But I see how it can be read this way, right? It tends to be a pretty derogatory description, right? Enormously. The adjective is has sort of a subtext there, I guess. Well, that's also true in question 1 though, Big Boss. You also choose to kill the one person that's on the single track, right? Well, the single person on the track. I don't think that changes. It's a very, like, simplifying it here works, I think. You remove yourself from the situation. In both situations, 5 people die. You act, whether it's by pulling a lever or pushing someone, 1 person dies, 5 are saved. On a fundamental level, it's the same. Yeah, exactly. Chess-Piece, good example. If it said, you know, next to a child, and somehow, or a child in a very sturdy stroller, and the stroller would block the train, right? But the child would die. Obviously, it would be very different, right? All the, like I said at the very beginning, like every little bit of context you add makes it a different question. Whether it's ethical, psychological, it's all, you know, a sturdy stroller, yeah. Like the one in the office, you know, the orbit that Dwight is testing. If you think a person's inherent value is based on a list of physical descriptors, I don't think that's the case necessarily. I think in this situation, it's the only thing we have. A description of a person. Which again, I don't think it's about their value at all. It's just that psychologically describing one of the participants in that problem humanizes them. It makes them feel more real than just a random person. I don't think there's anything about value there, and I don't think there's anything about the fact that, you know, it could be the case, maybe. I mean, if someone, like, determines that, you know, I don't know, if someone determines that fat people are killing themselves anyway, and so therefore their lives matter less, well, that's, yeah, you know, not something I agree with, but I could see someone having that thought process with that problem, right? Yeah, chess piece. That's what I'm leaning towards, but yeah, it's just a humanization. Again, like I mentioned, it's if you like when you write a story or writing, you know, a scene with secondary characters, minor characters that don't mean anything, but you want to make sure they're sort of like they feel tangible in the reader's mind. Giving them a very tiny descriptor, could be physical, could be something else, it just works wonders. That's what's happening here, right? I don't think the fact that it's described as an enormously fat man has any influence on my decision here. It could be any descriptor. A tall man, small man, a beautiful man, like it could be a man in a suit, like it could be anything, literally anything, and I would be stuck with the same problem right now. What if a person would be replaced by an animal? I do value people's life more than animals, even though I generally like a lot of animals more than people. I do think a human life is more valuable. It does seem to make fundamental sense to me. Like it logically it makes sense somehow. To me, I'm not saying it's like the right answer, right? But to me, it always felt pretty obvious. But others would be less stuck with a less downside description. Maybe, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think White Wolf's example is interesting. If it said an extremely attractive woman, how differently would we consider the problem, right? As I'm saying we, like in general, right? I don't think for me it would change very much. Like I don't think it would change the problem too much, but I could see it being like statistically significant if you made like a proper research on it. I absolutely think there's a good chance more people would push the enormously fat man than the very attractive women. You know? I think that's a fair assumption. Again, I'm just assuming. Okay, considering just the thought experiment, right, without any legal concerns, I still think, and I have enough time to think about all of this, and I'm making an informed decision, I still think I'm going with the same logic as the first question. Right now, basically what I'm doing is I'm understanding that my psychological barrier is purely this. It is a psychological block, but the question hasn't changed fundamentally. And so I'm like understanding that my psychological block is due to humanization, but that it doesn't intrinsically change the value of all these people. Just because they were not described to me doesn't mean the other 5 are less human. I'm going with A.
Almost done.
Oh. As soon as I saw the words, a runaway train, I was like, oh boy. A runaway train is bearing down on 5 people tied to the track. You could stop the train by jumping onto the track, but you would die. Jump onto the tracks? Nope. That one I would not do. But what's interesting here is that if I'm not, if my numbers answer only applies when I'm not the one that's the one, right? Does it still feel right to push someone else, right? It basically, every question was like, do you really think it's just a number thing, right? It's so interesting. It's so interesting. It's really like questioning your how much you believe in your own theory, right? Yeah, fate, but again, implied, right? Yeah, chess piece. They're like they're adding context to slim down the you know the ethical range of it, right? Up to the point where you're like, okay, now you can't escape it, right? Very interesting. I don't think it does, Panda. I think it's just all of this is implied, right? Otherwise, again, it defeats the purpose of the question. So for the question to even matter, it needs to be this way, right? What's up, Noger? Interesting. All right, Laura. I'll see you soon. I don't know. It's so strange because logically I'm like, okay, I'm definitely not jumping on the trap. That's for sure. Because it changes the concept of pushing someone suddenly doesn't feel ethically correct if you're not willing to do it yourself, right? Because there's another option. You're like, well, I mean, I'm killing one to save five. Well, yeah, but you could have put yourself on there, right, and not have to kill someone. It completely changes the paradigm there. Paradigm. Yeah, completely shifts the paradigm, right? Now you have an out without murder, and suddenly, if you decide not to do that, is the murder still justified as it was before, right? I don't think it is anymore, which is interesting. The option always existed, we just didn't consider it because we weren't asked to. Well, you also have to think that the implication is that maybe you wouldn't stop the train in the previous scenario, right? Yeah, Panda. To me, that was the question that was why the character was described as he was, is that he can stop the train, you can't, right? Now, apparently we could. I did, Sam, yeah. If you switch answer, you have a higher chance of winning. You actually do. The Monty Hall problem is very simple, mathematically speaking. You should switch. It's so weird. Not really, though. It's, well, I guess it sounds counterintuitive, yes, but mathematically it's very simple, right? Because, like, you're removing one of the wrong answers, so you're diminishing the amount of variables, right? Yeah, it's just like the math makes sense, but it's one of those things where like logic sort of doesn't feel right, you know? What's interesting outside of the Monty Hall problem is like how many situations in life are like that, right? When the logical answer, like the logical visceral answer, is actually completely wrong. I think it would be more than we think sometimes. What if the fat man fights back? Hmm. If someone asks me how much I weigh, I can respond probably enough to stop a train. Love it. I think I'm gonna do nothing here. Because I can't... I'm being put in a situation where I can't justify my action anymore. And I'm definitely not throwing myself on it. So I'm doing nothing. Interesting. It's easier to make those choices when you're external to it. Otherwise, you have no morals. I think that's a bit of a rough accusation, but it certainly means that there's more to it than just strict, you know, mathematics, so to speak. I think it's a bit more complex than if suddenly here you don't do anything, you have no morals. I think it's a bit more complex than that. I think that's a bit reductive. Yeah, I don't remember, Zia, what they decide in that. I know they talk about it in the show at some point. I'm not sure exactly what the whole outcome is. Man, The Good Place was such a good show. I actually need to watch it again. I think I'm gonna pick that as my next companion show when I'm playing Runeterra. I think what this says at the end of it all is, like, to me personally, right, is that it's a very selfish, egotistical decision. In all cases, I'm making the decision that makes me feel comfortable with myself, right? And I think it's important to admit that. I don't think it implies a complete lack of morals. I do think it implies that morals are colored by your own sentience, right? Your perception of the world, like you being the point of view character, so to speak, right? Yeah. Yeah, for sure, chess piece, yeah. And White Wolf as well. I agree with that. And Fate. Yeah, I think I'm doing nothing here. I call that the main character syndrome. I think the main character syndrome is a bit different from, like, at least the way it's used on the internet. It's more like people who think they're, you know, entitled to better treatment than others. I don't think is quite what's happening here, but... the fat man pushed you if you wait too long, yeah. No, but I think it makes sense. I mean, I understand the whole progress between the 3 questions and ending on C right now sort of feels weird. I understand that it feels flawed, morally speaking, but I still think it makes sense. I understand why I'm making that decision, at least. It's interesting to think whether the answers would be different if question 3 was presented before 2. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting, yeah. I think it makes sense the way they do it here, right? It goes thinner, closer to you every time, right? Yeah, I'm doing nothing.
Interesting.
Sure is.
Well done. Well done. We're nearly through it. For this next part, I'm going to display an image. I want you to take a good look at it. In a moment, I'm going to ask you what... is my coffee? It's empty.
Oh my god! Security! Security!
Holy...
Simmons, what's going on?
We have a problem.
What about Morgan?
He's alive, sedated.
Clean it up. I'm on my way.
Got it.
Dude.
Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032.
Oh no, come on. What is this? Oh, dude. I have so many questions in my mind right now. Like, how many times did we do this before? Everything's been wiped. Oh, dude, this is fucking amazing. This is not at all the game I thought this would be. So far. Does this look different? Is the building darker? I can't even tell. Like, I'm getting paranoid right now. The bottle's not in the same location. Dude, the music is amazing, by the way. Holy crap. Okay, so there was someone called Simmons talking to Alex and asking, you know, what about Morgan? Oh, he's fine, sedated, blah, blah, blah. Everything is in its right place otherwise, right? Yeah. Oh, dude, this is so fucking insane. Okay, so first of all, let's go back to the thing, right? Sort of a Rorschach. How do you pronounce that in English? Rorschach in French or German or whatever. Rorschach, whatever. Anyway, that thing was trying to happen, right? Until what's up, Mazar? And then suddenly. Rorschach? Okay. Rorschach. I don't know. This dude. Anyway. Until suddenly the guy was like, hey, what's up with my coffee cup? It's empty. And then that creature sort of like jumps out, gets on his face. And the only thing I remember seeing was that it's almost as if his face was like completely eaten alive, like you could see the skull and everything, like it was decomposed or something. And then people were shooting the thing, and then I got gassed and dude, this is okay. This is very different than what I was expecting altogether. Again, I don't know what I was expecting, but certainly not that. That's for sure. same thing. Nothing changed here, I don't think. Yeah, I'm trying to, like, you know, notice little differences. I thought it... Okay, for a second I was like, why can I not open it this time? But no, it's fine. We were doing those tests, Pitsy, and suddenly shit hit the fan, and we were gassed, and we just woke up. As if it was the first day again. Also, same day and everything. So the old Prey, I haven't played the old Prey, but I remember when it was a project, right? When, like, it was gonna be, like... I remember when it was in development, and we would see, like, in magazines and, you know, you could see, like, previews and whatnot. I don't exactly remember what it was supposed to be, though. Also remember, like, there's a Michael Crichton novel that's called Prey, I think. But I don't know if it has any links to the old games. I'm just not thinking about any of that, right? I'm just taking it as it is, right? No preconceived notions. Again, like I said, like before I started this, the only thing I expected was that it was either gonna take place in space or underwater because of the suit on the cover, right? So I have no idea of anything else. And right now I'm like, just... One thing I can say is I have less expectations now than I did before. Because of this whole thing, this whole setup was so weird. And like the fact that we're just starting here again, I'm like, okay, what is this game truly about now? Like, you know... And all those, like, books that I've been reading, right? Like, I'm like, how... So many indications of stuff may not be exactly what it looks like, right? With voices being able to be synthesized, and you know, those neural mods. How much of it could be hallucination? How much of it could be real? Like, there's so many things. Might want to redo that phrase. Wait, what did I say? What's up, Jean Joachim? Or Jean Joachim? I don't know. I'm just looking at the books again. I'm not reading everything again, but I'm just looking at it to see if there's, like, changes. You know, like, slight differences. No, it doesn't look like it. Oh, because I said there were no, I mean, what I mean is... I'm even more in the dark as to what the game is what I meant, right? Yeah, like I had more like notions of what the game might be before. Now I'm like, okay, what is this? Which is great. It's a great feeling, I will say. Oh, wrong button. 6 emails! That's different. So it seems to be later. From January to Morgan Yu? EOM? Oh, dude. Okay. This is... That sort of... That's my jam right there. I love those sort of things. That game was made for me. I'm trying, you know, see if there's maybe any secret messages or something. telepathy might be something that's implied, that's gonna matter in the game, considering the books. The nature of consciousness, interesting. Again, a very different... There's a very different subtext now that we've experienced that first situation. No, I'm trying to hit that one. Thank you. Engineering control systems. There's a metaphor here. Typically, the objective of control theory is to monitor the output of a system, compare it with the desired output. Did we not get the desired output, right? And so you change the input very slightly to try to get to a closer output. You change the input very slightly. I don't know if I said it right, but you try to change the output. Is that what's happening now? Slight changes in the input. You know, the messages on the computer, the bottle being on a different counter, very small details, right? And seeing if the result ends up being different. Wow, okay. That was unintentional fucking precision right there. Look at that. Oh, okay. Yeah, this feels like a bit of a... I haven't seen Black Mirror, but everyone says that I should probably read them. When I pitched my first novel to my publisher, they said it sounded a bit like the concept of a Black Mirror episode, which I was like, well, I've never seen any of them, so I couldn't tell you, but... And since then, I've never watched any of them. I should probably watch them eventually. I think there's a lot of thought-provoking concepts in there. Meat glue. Yeah, again, I'm clicking on everything just to see, you know, if anything's different. I like the, well, maybe I'm reading into it a bit much, but like the idea of like, you know, like cycles to try and see if the output is different. The idea of cooking many things in the same wok, and the layers from the past are adding to the new, you know, each new layer, there's a bit of remains of the previous attempt, right? I don't know if it's gonna be a concept here or not. I'm gonna drink it this time. Wow, that is definitely not how alcohol works in real life, but it's a Rick. Yeah, interesting. Okay, we've read that one as well, same as before. Different bag, no? That's a heavy bag though. Yeah, everything is different here otherwise, right? Yeah, seems... everything seems similar. I guess... Man, what a fucking intro. Dude, this game is scary as fuck, actually. It's interesting because it's not really trying to be right now, but it's still getting there. The power of music. Like, how different would that be without music, right? Oh no, dude. What is going on? You know what? Can I just watch TV maybe? Read some books? Apparently not. So I'm quite easy to scare in certain... I do not think that was intended. So one of the most terrifying gaming experiences I've had was Alien Isolation. For some reason, Alien Isolation. I'm a huge fan of Aliens, like the franchise, so for me it was like I was very excited to play this game back when it released. That game gave me like cold shakes. I was literally having like cold sweats and shaking. I was playing it on stream too. I've never been more scared in my life playing video game, I don't think. Wait, hold on. The layout is different. Oh. Yeah, so yeah, that's what happened to the face, right, of the dude. Oh, man. This is not natural. What the fuck is going on? I can carry corpses? Ugh. Well.
Hello, Morgan. It's time we spoke.
Oh.
My code name is January. You're not dreaming. What happened yesterday was real. If you want to know what's going on, first, you need to get out of your apartment building. You're not safe.
Noted. Ah, moving light. Nice. Huh. And that uses stamina? And I can charge it? Okay. In peak? Yep, okay. Nope. Oh, maybe I can break the windows now? Oh my god. Dude, this game is terrifying. Like, they managed to low-key set, like, a perfect tone to get you terrified even though, you know, nothing's happening, really. Okay, I have a lot of thoughts here. First of all, called it. Well, I mean, no, that's not true. I called that we were maybe already in space. Now, I'm not even sure space is involved. It could be a whole experiment, right? Second thought, technologically speaking, this is so impressive. I don't know how it works, but holy shit, this is very cool. Yeah, very Truman Show, right? Like you hit the... Oh man, that scene in the Truman Show where he just like sails away with the boat and just suddenly like it hits the borders, right? That scene was heartbreaking. Like him just like smashing his fist against the wall and everything. Ah, what a beautiful, beautiful, one of my favorite scenes in the history of cinema, probably. Yeah, this was really well done. Like, this was fucking insane. Holy crap, what an intro this game. Oh, dude, okay. You can actually, oh. Dude, this is amazing. This is somehow even better, because it's not just like a scripted element, right? Of like how it's supposed to look. Like you can actually break the window however much you want, and you can act like the tech here is very impressive. I'm sure it's very simple, but it's I don't know. For my simple, uneducated mind, in terms of like how like game engines and whatnot, this is very impressive. Jesus, game. Okay, now we have a whole UI and everything.
Good. You're in the simulation lab. Now get to the exit. I'll keep in contact.
Right. So I think top right is the right position for the camera, right? Middle has those characters talking to you. Bottom has like the inventory stuff, right? I think top right's probably the correct position. We might miss on a few like UI elements sometimes, but oh man, this is so awesome. I was filmed. Oh man. So they were looking at me stacking those chairs. Oh, now I feel embarrassed. Oh, dude, what a game. Okay, this is very impressive. Holy shit, what a setup. I am now extremely interested in the narrative and all that. What's up, Mega Sauce? Good to see you. Biffy Master as well. Welcome in. I mean, you watch me do it, but you watch me do stupid shit all the time. That's kind of the point. I'm streaming. That the people in game are... Oh. Evelyn McCarthy. Okay. Tell me your secrets, Evelyn. What is this? Okay, let me check my my thing for a second. Ah. Right. I don't have my emails that I had the first time though. Sag. A stranger named January contacted me to say that I'm in danger, that I need to escape my apartment. My apartment isn't what I thought it was. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I definitely did not expect that. Oh man. Simulation, debriefing, observation, storage. Yeah, this is all a giant experiment. Like simulation labs? What is going on here? Yeah, let me access the computer maybe. February 22nd, 2035. Sleeping. Wakes up, turns off alarm. Checks transcribe. On computer, various tasks. Takes shower with his socks. Puts on uniform. Exits apartment. So we are indeed not in 2032, but 2035. So I wonder if me picking up on the like 2033 thing was just like a coincidence or if it was like a hint. But I'm pretty happy that I picked up on it anyway. Yeah, Dax, for sure. Bunch of like cup marks on the table. Well, someone's been sitting there a long time watching me, I guess. Utilities, audio event. Refer to test run program for timing of audio events. Pigeon visuals have been disabled due to a glitch in the rendered data. Wake up call, helicopter arrival, pigeon test.
Hey, Morgan, wake up. You're burning daylight.
Mm-hmm.
You sent the helicopter to pick you up. It's just a few tests. Don't forget to wear your suit. See you soon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, listen, really great you decided to come on board. We're gonna shake things up, Morgan. Like old times.
It's all fake. My life was a lie. Pigeon visuals have been disabled to do a glitch. Love that. Daily tests. This was 2017, yeah. Yeah. Sylvain Bellamy. Evelyn McCarthy? McCarthy. I'm sorry, this is one of those names that I can't pronounce correctly for some reason. If you've been on branches of our main product line, you know that sometimes we need to put extra effort to hit our milestones. And any external risks are fully taken into account when these decisions are made. The move to extend indefinitely was a direct request from both Alex and Morgan. So interesting. It seems that I'm involved in some of the decision making, but I'm not aware of it. Like I don't remember it. Evelyn McCarthy. Dr. Bellamy, at this point, Morgan's exhaustion is inhibiting our ability to get any useful results. That's to say nothing of the long-term damage we're likely inflicting from the constant neuromod installation and removal. Tell me again why we've extended the testing indefinitely. So, okay, I was on board with that, right? Unless I'm not me, but I'm going to assume that I'm me and that I was aware of the decisions that I was making, that I put myself in that experiment, but that I forgot somehow, maybe a consequence of the neuromods or something. I don't know. Or maybe the part of the goal is that I don't need to be aware of it. Part of the neuromod is canceling my understanding of what's happening, right? Yeah, I don't know. Is today a long stream? I don't think so. I know Naz is not streaming, like Naz has a few days off, but I don't think I'm gonna push myself too much, right? I'm just getting back into like a new groove, new games, new, you know, I'm probably not gonna be doing a long stream today. But I'm still gonna go for a little bit right now. A note about this morning. Alex Yu to Neuromod Division. All. I know this morning's incident has left people shaken. I'm assuming that was yesterday's thing, right? To prevent unnecessary panic, please refrain from contacting people outside of your department. A station-wide announcement will be made shortly. We might actually be still on a station, right? Well, I mean, doesn't imply that it's... Well, I don't know. In the meantime, Mrs. Elazar and her security team are on high alert and will field any request you have. I know some of you are worried about Dr. Bellamy. He's currently being treated in the trauma center and is in critical but stable condition. Thank you for your patience and dedication to this project. Bellamy is dead. I'm just saying. That dude is dead. They're not saying it, but he is. That person's gone. I'm pretty sure. I've seen his face. Oh, wow, interesting. I do like the physics so far. I do like a game that has a bit of a physics thing going, right? Did we even go? I don't know. All good questions for sure. And if not, you know, when... I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do anything. Okay, it appears this time it's for good, so might as well look for provisions, right? I feel like I had more provisions last time. Actually, maybe not. What's up, Greg? Okay. Okay, I just wanted to look at this, actually. Man, the music is so good. Computer card. I don't believe anything that's behind the fucking glass anymore. I knew something was off about this place too. Jesus. Soundstage rules. Absolute silence when simulation is in progress. Do not enter stage unless in costume. Do not interact with subject of script. Hence the weird reactions by Patricia. Soundstage A reminders. Always reset the position of stage props in apartment after each test. All those chairs. Replacements for damaged props can be found in storage area. Oh, they better have a lot of mugs. Be careful not to bump glass when in observation zone. Soundstage B reminders. The helicopter ride looking glass sequence should only be reset in the overlooking control room. Make sure to clear the rooftop of any stray objects during the simulated flight. Interesting. Always return the helicopter to its ready position after being serviced. Fucking assholes, I swear to God. Oh, that's an observation bay. Interesting. Dude, this is amazing. I have so many questions, and I'm so looking to answer all of them eventually. And what is happening behind me? That was the testing room, right? Yeah. Those were the rooms with the buttons. So it was all, yeah, there was no helicopter ride. I mean, it said simulation, right? But this was all like... What is this? Yeah, Captain Dax, I mean... It is certainly up there for me, for sure. Oh, man. Okay, there's two complete different sides that I can explore here. There's a bit of freedom, too. Like, it's not just linear, right? Huh, I did not expect that. I expected something, like, slightly linear or something. Like, no, it's a whole thing now. I'm not gonna go as far as to say, like, almost a Metroidvania quality to it, but it feels like you have a bit of a world, right? And you're like, let's go now. You're free. On your way, right? Ooh, okay, let me go back to familiar places. This is overwhelming. Love it. Oh, wait, what is this? How did I get to that? What? I have a scope? Okay. Best game ever. How did I get on that menu I was on just now? Ah, triangle. Okay. Sure. What are more insane game intros? I mean, I think, you know, in a different way, and for its time, obviously, I think the first Half-Life was absolutely groundbreaking. That way of like slowly getting you know, it seems pretty common right now, but Half-Life was the first to really do it this way, right? The Last of Us, I agree, was an absolute masterpiece of an intro. Outer Wilds, in many ways, we can really talk about it for spoiler reasons, but Outer Wilds, I think, is up there in the way it just, you know, leads you into it. Bioshock 1, extremely strong choice as well. Yeah. But yeah, this definitely ranks up there, right? This is one of those intros that you remember, right? It's one of those things. Like, I will never forget the past 4 hours of playing this game, right? This was just a trip so far, and I'm barely, like, a normal person would be there in what, like 10 minutes? For me, it was 4 hours, but a normal person would be there in 10 minutes. But this was like, I'm already, you know, I barely scratched the surface, and I'm like, this is already ranking so very high in the best openings I've ever seen in a video game. And I'm so excited to play more of this. Yeah, we're maybe 20 minutes into a normal playthrough. Yeah, that would make sense. Ah, fuck! Why does it not self-repair like the one... God damn it! Huh? Wow, okay. Oh, jeez. Oh, well, okay. I know nothing is real now, so I'm fucking everything up. Just for, you know. Alpha, Omega, the whole thing. I'm trying to look at the symbolism now, after, you know, knowing what I know now. Nice. Yeah, my usual approach with that, Pikura, when I look at the how long to beat, sometimes I look into them like to have a sort of idea, especially for streaming, you know, have a general idea of how long a game might take me. I usually multiply by, depending on the game, like, because obviously like open world games can be a bit, you know, different, but like linear sort of games, I tend to 5x. I multiply by 5 generally, like the longest time, like the leisurely or whatever they call it, and I multiply by 5 and get like, I know at least I should not exceed that, right? But yeah. Well, I mean, I guess we have a whole world to explore now. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna be tomorrow. Oof. Man, honestly, there's a part of me that wants to keep going, but I need to be reasonable. Better not burn myself out and do like the regular, proper schedule, you know? Oh man. Jeez. I think this is a perfect place to stop, right? We've done the intro, now we're about to go explore. I don't want to, you know, stop myself in the middle of, you know. I think this is a good point to stop, right? Wouldn't want to rush it, exactly. Anyway, thank you so very much, everyone, for what has been a much better first stream of Prey than I was expecting. I had no idea what I was getting into, and this is so much better than what I even think this game would be. I feel like this one's gonna be a thing. This one's gonna be an adventure. It's gonna be one of those games, I'm hoping. I'm not gonna try to, you know, set my expectations too high, but it's not often that I get a beginning of a start of a game that starts that high for me, right? Like, it's few and far between. And oof. Oh, this is gonna be good. Anyway, let me look around for a second. gonna raid out in a second. I'm not sure where to send us. I'm so used to Naz being just there, right? Let me reload my following. But yeah, thank you everyone in any case for the resubs. Tonight, thank you for the follows. Thank you for the lurks and the conversation. I truly appreciate it. Means a lot. I hope you guys enjoyed this first stream. More of it tomorrow in about 19 hours, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. More adventures in Prey. Yeah, there's not a lot of people on my list right now. I haven't been able to raid Sophie almost ever, so I guess I'll send us there. She raided us a couple times. She's very nice. She's playing Elden Ring right now, so I'll send us here. And yeah. Anyway, again, I'll be back tomorrow in about 19 hours. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow, and until then, remember me, and I'll remember you.